at Amity University, organizing IEEE-sponsored international conference on innovative practices in management. This is our sixth international conference with IEEE UP section under the guidance of our visionary leader, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh Sir. I, Shubhi, Assistant Professor in the Department of Computer Science Engineering, feels enthusiastic to host such an exuberant session with wonderful audience. The event will observe an august gathering of eminent personalities, researchers and students from across the globe. Though we could not meet in the prevailing conditions of the pandemic, but this will not stop us following the tradition of exchanging knowledge, innovation, and creating research environment for our next generation. Today we have with us a very distinguished person from IEEE fraternity, Professor Dr. Satish Kumar Singh, Chair IEEE UP. Dr. Hamid Sarini will be joining us in a while, Chancellor Asrar Higher Education, Mashhad, Iran, and Dr. M.B. Reddy, Senior Professional Researcher at New Graphite World, Montreal, Canada, who will be also giving us his insights on advances on materials for renewable energy technology. I would also like to thank our conference chair, Dr. Naina Chaudhary, who has been a guiding light through which we deliver such amazing conferences. She is an academic expert and has been an active member of the team for various accreditation and governing bodies. Ma'am, our guest would like to say.
Thank you so much, Shubhi. It gives me immense pride and pleasure to share this platform with such eminent academicians and the leaders of their field. We have with us Dr. Satish Singh Ji. He is the chair of IEEE UP section. Satish Ji, we are very grateful to you for joining us today. You have been the guiding light for us. You have provided so much support to us, and we are sure that we are able to meet your expectations. Satish Ji is not just the elected IEEE UP section chair, but he's the professor of Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad. He's the member of Board of Studies in the Department of Computer Science in the Center of Advanced Studies, UPTU, Lucknow. Satish Ji has always provided us the right direction, and he has been the guiding light behind the success of this event. And we hope to keep up to your expectations. Satish Ji, over to you. We'd like to request you to say a few words as a source of motivation for all our authors who joined us today. Thank you.
So thank you, Naina Ji, for organizing such an event in Uttar Pradesh section, the second edition of ICIPTM. So thank you very much for inviting me to this August gathering. So on behalf of IEEE UP section, I welcome all the participants, all the authors, all the eminent speakers, resource persons, and everybody who is associated with this conference, directly or indirectly. So, as I can observe that this conference, many eminent persons have been involved, basically. And as all of us know very well, what is the purpose of conference? The purpose of a conference, any conference, is to assess our needs in that direction. Like here, innovative practices in technology and management. So this is a blend of technology as well as management. Then how to fuse both the streams together. So MIT University has planned excellently. And in UP section, we are having very less such conferences where the fusion of two stream or three streams are happening. Basically management, because in IEEE there are many sections like temp society is there. This temps is associated with somehow management as well. And technology, everything is there, like all electrical, electronics, IT, computers, everything is there. So it is a good idea. So let me brief about the IEEE UP section. So this is one of the section in India. So there are around 13 sections, and at Asia Pacific level, there are 60 sections. So UP section is doing great from last many years. And this year also, we are at the top among all 60 sections in terms of the membership growth, the number of activities, the quality of activities, the involvement of our volunteers and the members. Everything. So we are getting such a recognition just because of the efforts of all the members. So I request all the participants to keep their mics on mute so that we can discuss properly. Okay. So this is just because of the efforts of all the volunteers, members, and everybody who is associated with IEEE. So the purpose of, I was discussing the purpose of conference, just assess your needs and assemble the people, the eminent people who are actually the expert in that domain, and then invite the other people who are doing some sort of research and gather at the same place. So due to pandemic, it is not possible to gather in physical mode. So it is a good platform that we are meeting in online mode. And then involve some experts to assess the submissions by those young researchers, maybe some old researchers as well. And then try to listen each and every session, each and every content basically. So that wherever we were feeling that we are somehow lacking, we can strengthen ourselves. At the same time, networking is another aspect of any good conference. We should feel connected, but connected for what purpose? Connected for the purpose of the growth of ourselves, growth of our own members. It is not the event where, okay, we have organized the event just for sake of showing that we have organized the event. No. Basically, we need to be connected technically, connected professionally. We should try to get some sort of ideas, some sort of experiences through such events. So basically, some sort of capacity building must be done with the help of these type of international events where all the peoples are gathering at the same platform. So this is the actual purpose of any IEEE conference basically. At the same time, young researchers used to get the quick feedbacks through these conferences where experts can provide their feedbacks so that in future they can do good research. So ultimately, UP section is committed to provide good platform and support, provide all sort of support which are required to grow its members in the section. So thank you very much, Naina ji, for inviting me here to discuss with our members, our guests, our participants. And I mean, all of you feel free to connect with the section. Section is committed to provide the support. I'm really very thankful to all the eminent speakers, resource persons who have consented, basically who are here just to pass the benefits, some sort of benefits to our members in the section. So thank you very much for inviting me once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate your vision and your commitment towards the development of the section and the promotion of the research. We hope to keep contributing in our own small way towards the development of the section and to promote the quality research work across the globe. Through such conferences, we invite authors all across the world to bring in their quality work that goes through a very rigorous review, and finally, very few papers are shortlisted for presentation today. We have with us Professor Bhavna Kumar, who's the Vice President RBEF. I would like to request ma'am to say a few words to address the gathering of authors today.
Thank you, Dr. Naina, and thank you, Dr. Satish, also on behalf of our Group Vice Chancellor, who is actually in Canada due to some unfortunate circumstances, but I think he should also be joining soon. His personal gratitude to the IEEE community and specifically the UP section is very much there, and he would have been here in person had it not been for some personal reasons. But he is on behalf of our entire Amity fraternity. This is the sixth conference that we are doing, And it is actually only and only due to the continuous mentoring and support that all of you have done, which has helped us to take it to newer heights today. Of course, the contribution of the authors who are here today, my congratulations to all of them. I think any conference is only successful. There is a person who patrons and guides like our Satish ji, and there is a person who convenes and coordinates like Dr. Nena and all the team at Greater Noida campus. There is a vision that Dr. Singh has, but it is ultimately the people who write the papers, who research the papers, who give some empirical outcomes that actually make the final outcome of any conference, any deliberation, and any entity possible. Research is a passion at Amity University. We are very much focused on quality research, hence the peer review criteria, the selection criteria, and the advisory board members are continuously strengthened. And we are continuously trying to achieve better and better benchmarks. So I am sure that all the authors who are contributing today have passed this test, and we will be only increasing this benchmark in the future conferences. So we look forward to more and more exciting and actually some kind of a research which is able to lead to the betterment of society, a more sustainable world, a more global world, a more innovative world, a world which is going to surpass any kind of a pandemic or volatility or uncertainty or all these things that we keep on talking about. I think technology and innovative practices in technology and management, which is our theme for this conference, is the backbone of these initiatives. My congratulations to the entire community and gratitude once again to the IEEE body. Thank you, Dr. Nena.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your kind words. We'd like to introduce to you Dr. M.V. Reddy. Shubhi, can we move to the slides? Yes. Dr. M.V. Reddy, it gives me a lot of pleasure to share with you that we have a senior researcher like Dr. M.V. Reddy. He's a senior professional researcher at New Graphite World, Montreal, Canada. He has done his PhD in the area of material science and engineering from the University of Bordeaux-France. He's been awarded as an Outstanding Science Mentorship Award, and he's been giving talks on advances on materials to renewable energy technology. Dr. Reddy, we welcome you and we look forward to a very long association with you in the growth of research and innovation. Can I please invite Dr. Reddy to say a few words and motivate the authors here with his kind words?
Dr. Reddy, before we of course have the privilege of hearing from you, Canada is our latest passion. So I think it's very fortunate that you're joining us from the Canadian sector. We are launching our campus in Canada, and we will need the support of patrons and academicians like you to help us to strengthen our initiatives in Canada as well. So look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, madam. Okay. Once again, thank you, Professor Neena Chowdhury, for a kind invitation, and also all the IEEE organizers. And also, I would like to thank especially UP Chair for the IEEE, Dr. Satish Singh, for his support. I think that is very important if we want to run this type of big conferences. I think we need a big people. I think it clearly shows that it is very strong support from Dr. Professor Satish Chowdhury. So especially this conference is a IEEE. It means that Professor Neena Chowdhury and his team, they have collected a very wide variety of topics, starting from EEE and management. I think that is very important. So nowadays, his research is a multidisciplinary. I think we want all faculty of engineering, I think and management, that is very important. That's why, especially these conferences, is a nice platform for young researchers. At least you can learn some basics or some points. It will be very useful for us to continue the research or make a contact with the people, what is going on all over the world, or within the India also with the different universities. That way it is very useful for us to continue this one. Again, in terms of research, we know that presently we have the problem with energy, environment, and healthcare. Among them, EEE will play an important role. For example, if we talk about sensors, or if we talk about electric vehicles or hybrid autonomous electric vehicles, triple will play an important role. If you want to make a smart car or smart, you need something like what you call as, I think, triple E people are a smart, for example, nowadays people are talking about the electric vehicles. There again, the electronics will play an important role. That's why I think we need, although it is a multidisciplinary at the end, all people, especially if you go to industry, all the, especially young researcher, you have to work in a group, you have to work with mechanical engineers. Again, triple E people have to work with the power engineer, electrical engineers. That's why it is very nice. And again, it is computer science. At the end, nowadays you see any cars, always work with the computer, not like olden times. And that's why, so this type of conferences are keep on, it is very useful. And also with the different topics. I don't claim that I'm expert in all the areas. Still, it is nice for us to learn more things. And again, the MIT University management for supporting this event. I think thank you very much, madam. Keep continue. I think that is very important. Since I was in a conference organizer for in NUS, I think organizing conference, we need a big management support also. I think you're supporting. I think it is nice for your support, for especially for the madam Professor Naina Chaudhary and our team. I think that will be very good, and keep continue. That's why. Okay. Also, due to the pandemic, I think we are able to manage. I think again, thanks for the internet technology. That's why I no need to come to India. I think we are saving the travel. I think with my time also, just to talk with half an hour or 15 minutes, I have to spend almost like 2 days. I think nowadays, again, the information technology made them to our life becomes more simpler. Again, thank you very much. And especially for the audience, try to listen all the talks, and good luck. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. It is the faith and vision of our Group Vice Chancellor, sir, and the guidance of Professor Bhavna Kumar, and the immense efforts that have been put by our team at Greater Noida campus, which has given shape to this wonderful conference. I'd like to request Shubhi to invite Professor Bhavna ma'am to felicitate our guests.
And Dr. Reddy, you must take out time and visit our campus. I know we are travel is helping to save your time, but I think if you come, you will be able to help our faculty at Greater Noida campus and our engineers and our budding people to do some better research as well. So for the next conference or even before that, we invite you. And it has to be in person. You spend a day, if you can give some guest lectures, and then you can work on some project together with our faculty. That will be extremely, extremely helpful for the growth of Indian institutions as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm happy to commit you. We hope to see you in the future. Thank you.
Bhavna ma'am would request you to felicitate our guests.
Absolutely, on behalf of our respected founder president and honorable chancellor and group vice chancellor and all the members of our Greater Noida and group vice chancellor's family, we will give you this framed citation, Dr. Reddy, whenever you are in India. But thank you for your keynote address. If Dr. Naina travels to Canada before that, we will also maybe take an opportunity to visit you in Canada as well. But this is just a token at the moment. The frame citation is very much with us. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Satish, I think Dr. Singh is trying to log in, though it is 1 a.m. In Toronto, and he wanted to personally felicitate you. This is just a humble thing. We are still learning from you, and we are continuously grateful for all the help and support that you have helped, specifically for Amity University Greater Noida campus. Thank you so much, sir. Your wishes and your continuous guidance.
Thank you, madam. I very gladly I accept the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Satish, sir, Dr. Reddy, and with your kind blessings, can we proceed to the paper presentation? And in the meantime, Dr. Hamid must be joining us very soon, and we shall invite him maybe since the authors are waiting, we shall not stop it. We shall proceed with the paper presentation. Should we please go ahead?
Yes, ma'am.
We start with the presentation. with Dr. Reddy's talk on advanced material technology.
Okay, so since maybe you've given me 17 minutes, I'll try to, because this is very important, we have to give the opportunity for the young researchers. So I'll try to present within like around 17 minutes so that like other young researcher can present, okay? I hope that is okay, madam. 17 minutes is okay?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So maybe hope my slide is visible. Voice is okay. It is okay, madam. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So once again, thank you very much. So especially for the organizers, and then today I'm going to discuss about the importance of the materials for renewable technology. Again, since it's a IEEE conference, I would like to talk in terms how the importance of electrical engineers we can contribute to renewable energy technology. So anyway, previously I was in different places. I worked with National University of Singapore. Also there I worked with a lot of various background from electrical engineering, mechanical, and then also material science and some other computational studies also we've been worked. So this is my outline of my presentations. They've given me 17 minutes. I'll go through what are the importance and then how the importance of materials for renewable energy technology. Again, how we can contribute for the future to solve the, especially if you're talking about the always global warming, how we can reduce use of materials for the global warming, etc. So this is my small research interest. Basically, I trained in the area of materials, especially in the area of energy storage, or if you talk about the specifically focusing on the lithium battery as well as some experience in the solar cells, etc. So again, so if you talk about the materials and human history, since it started from stone, copper, and iron age, I think especially silicon age is a very important age we have to consider. I think this is where all our IEEE starting from our vacuum tubes computer and then keep on going on with our iPhones, etc. I think that made them to revolutionize the technology. If you compare all other technology, I think that is very, very important. That's why I'm here presenting the talk, so that's why our life is very simpler. Again, always digital. Nowadays, people are talking about digital. That's why, especially the silicon age made them to think. That's why there is a lot of interesting things happened. She'll keep on rising in this space, especially in this particular age. If we talk about composite materials, again, if we talk about our iPhones or any casing, we need a lightweight materials. Again, the composite materials, and also if we talk year 2000, there is a huge interest in the nanomaterial, nanotechnology, and now we will call as a molecular age. Year 2000, future always people are talking about the intelligent materials. Either if you talk about EEE in terms of sensors, or we always should reduce the low carbon age in the sense that nowadays everywhere talking about the pollution. So at least we have to reduce the pollution, or we have to reduce, or sometimes it's very difficult to reduce, or we have to capture the CO2. These are all the important things is happening. So it will clearly shows that the importance of energy and environment and healthcare and water technology. Also, it is hot areas. Again, if we talk about the maintaining sustainable environment, if we talk about the healthy lifestyle, reducing the air pollutions and waste management, I think that is very important. And also smart management. If you talk about the any smart city, again, importance of electronic engineers means a smart lighting or smart infrastructures. For example, you take a solar cell that are coupled with a smart camera, or so that it is very important to our smart sensor. That's why if you want to like especially use electricity lighting, again, so just 1 minute. So just 1 minute. Okay, smart lighting is very important. So hopefully, so again, to do this one, I think materials will play an important role, starting from building and especially electronic material. All people are familiar about the silicon, germanium. So especially we can use it for solid state electronics and few other type of materials. We can use it for the engineering and energetic materials. And also people are talking about the superalloys. Again, based on physical properties, we broadly classify metal, semiconductor, insulators, magnetic material. Again, optical materials is very important. If you talk about the, for example, photonics or metamaterials, or some other applications, if you're talking about the electrochromic devices, I think optics material will play important. Again, energy storage, and especially if I use it for electric vehicles and the smart grid, and future people are looking for the CO2 capture. That is very important. If you talk about overall materials will play an important role. So if you talk about the nowadays everywhere is talking about the CO2 global because keep on rising. I think all over the place. That's why we can see the all over the places rise in the temperature. So or we can see because of the global warming. So again, if you talk about the impact of CO2 in the environment, as you can see that as a human, so especially we can see depending on the especially the heart and different type of the health effect. That's why always people are thinking that at least we can reduce the CO2 emission, or you try to look for some how to capture the CO2. That's why there are interesting things. If you talk about this one again, if we need a sensor, a very smart sensor to detect the CO2, or if you talk about electric vehicles, we need a smart sensor, etc. So these are the very important areas research are needed. If you talk about this one, again, the smart building, especially smart lighting, and also smart transparent plastic, especially people are talking about solar cells. Again, we need a polymer, say electronics. Again, advantage is the polymer photovoltaic membranes is we can produce in large scale. We can reduce further. Again, problem with the stability of this material. Again, if you talk about resistive switching memory applications, I think this is very important. I think there is a lot of interesting things happening, especially if you talk about the application technology. Again, I think all people are familiar about autonomous electric vehicles. I think they're mainly cost of the LiDAR sensors are very expensive. That's why. So we want to reduce the further cost of your autonomous electric vehicles. We have to reduce the cost of the LiDAR sensors. And again, some 2D, 3D materials. And also if we talk about, especially always nowadays, we have problem with the what they call as a smart electronic means 5G, 6G means everywhere all people want to access with a faster internet. That's why we need a smart material for 5G, 6G electronics. Again, smart grid, if you talk about materials for the smart electric vehicles and the smart chargers, I think this is very important if you talk about our electric vehicles, or if you talk about the solar energy, again, we need a smart chargers again, or there is a lot of interesting technology. That's why it will play an important role in this one. So these are the quickly importance of energy storage. For example, batteries, you want to store solar or wind or any other type of energy. I think batteries, or if you run your electric vehicles, batteries will play an important role. Idea is that use of the, for example, these electric vehicles, I think we can reduce the CO2 emission. So, and also, so we can also, especially if we talk about the price in the petrol pricing. So still, I think if you consider the long term, again, the electric vehicles are one of the important. The main issue is that if you consider the materials, again, if you need a electric vehicles or plug-in, we need higher megawatt to kilowatt range. That's why we need more material. We need a high performance materials are needed. So another important point to remember is the solar PV technology. Again, this is renewable and green energy. Again, affordable battery packs. It means that if the cost of the battery pack is keep on rising, automatically the overall technology cost has been. That's why we have to look for the materials to be low cost. The battery packs also very important. So this is a summary with respect to ICE versus EV. Again, so if you talk about the CO2 emission, if we talk about this almost like the CO2, if we use the electric vehicles, we can do zero CO2 again. In terms of the coal, or for example, and especially photovoltaic and wind energy, again, you can see almost like zero. So again, I think especially places like here, also another area is the hydroelectricity. There also we can get something like a zero CO2 from this using this particular technology. So I told you that another important area, if you talk about the autonomous electric vehicles, so it will use LiDAR and sensing. LiDAR and radar type of sensing technology. At least we can reduce the lowering of the fuel consumptions. Again, advantage of this particular technology, we can reduce the, for example, traffic congestion. Also, some other things like especially vehicular crashes also can reduce. So this is one quick slide. I'm telling that if since a lot of students are in the electrical engineers, suppose for example, so there is a lot of opportunities for sensor development, or for example, computer engineers, or if you work with mechanical engineers or automobile engineers, you integrate the battery into your motor, etc. So these are the different type of the opportunities. Especially there is a lot of opportunities happening. So now quickly I'll go through what are the important missions. My time is up. I don't know how much time I have. Almost 9 minutes I have finished. Again, the batteries will play an important. If you talk about any big type battery, it contains a positive, negative, and there is a separator. And usually the inorganic oxides are the positive containing materials. anodes we use something like graphite or some other type of metals we will use. The problem is, if we want a charge, we need something like material should be, you have to get a good operating voltage. And again, electrolytes also very important. If you want to be flammabilities, again, presently we have something like 4 or 5 or 5 volts battery type material. So these are the different type. For example, if you talk about mobile phones, you have this type of the pouch cell, or if you run your laptops, you have almost materials are same, only different type of casing. Future, you're running with electric vehicles, I think you can take this type of big cells, put it in this type of packs. Again, it is very important if you put different type of packs again. So we need a lot of interesting, means a lot of electrical engineers to how to sense the temperature, or for example, how to charge the battery management with the fast charging or slow charging. Again, it will be electrical engineer or power electronics or electrical engineers. Again, they will play an important role how to develop the, for example, if it is not a one cell, if you see this particular battery pack, nearly 7,000 cells are put it in a big battery pack. So everything has to charge and discharge. So it has to do uniformly. That's why use of the importance of the electrical engineers. Again, I think you can see to again talk with, for example, your mechanical engineers or automobile engineers with the battery integration, etc. So these are already I mentioned, it is not a one cell, nearly 7,100 cells. So that's why we need the important point to remember is that we have to reduce the cost and then especially improve the energy density is the main issue, and what they call a smart management, etc. So usually if you talk about the electronic engineers, we need something raw materials. This way, different type of materials. Again, another addition is the silicon, because for example, fabrication, you need a displace. Again, we need something like materials will play an important role. Usually is doing mining, followed by characterization and manufacturing, and they can use it for the applications. Again, the main issue presently is the battery. In addition to your car, compared to the car cost, the battery prices keep on rising. So that's why we have to reduce the material. The main issue is because of the raw material they're using. What the extraction cost is higher. Automatically, the cost, for example, if you consider the cobalt, some materials cost are expensive. So these are the very important point to remember. We always look for, in terms of electrical engineering, we have to look for high energy and power density is very important. Adapt the climate conditions, long cycle life, and high capacity. Coulombic efficiency is very important. Almost you have to get 99 to 100%. Resistance of the cell should be lower. It means minimum. Fast charging is the one. Means always people may ask, shall we do charge a battery within 5-10 minutes? Or 1 minute is a question mark because of the solid state materials. This diffusion limitation. That's why we need some time to charge the batteries. After solving the safety, cost, and then sustainability is very important. Since my time is up, so I don't have much time to. Again, these are the very important. I think recently 2019 Nobel Prize is given to the one of the well-known Nobel laureates. So during the principle is concerned, it contains the cathode and anode, and shuttling of lithium from the cathode to anode, where the electron will pass to the external circuit. So it is that's why we call it the rechargeable batteries. In terms of the electrical point or any electrochemistry point of view, we can get a voltage will develop, and lithium means oxidation, reduction, and it is like energy density is nothing but difference between the charge minus discharge. So multiplied by capacity. This is a way always. That's why we want to get a good high energy density means high difference in the charge and discharge needed, multiplied by the capacity x-axis. That's why this is a main issue. So nowadays there is a lot of materials will play an important role. Again, I think if you talk about this law, you have to understand the mechanisms, etc. So in summary, why the lithium batteries are very popular? Because if you compare your other lead acid, because voltage is really good and lightweight and energy density. That's why this one we can use it for the different type of, including a lot of your portable electronics, etc. So again, I don't want to discuss too much time on the material processing and characterization technique. Again, we have capabilities. Especially, you can try to prepare either a chemical methods or especially physical method. I think these are all the. If you work with any engineers, work with silicon fabrication, you're going to learn this type of technique. For example, atomic layer deposition, or plasma, or molecular beam attacks. These are all the techniques you're going to try in any silicon chip. Accordingly, we can use this particular technique. And sometimes if you're a mechanical engineer, you want to make a sintered pellet or good mechanical properties, you can use. I think all people are familiar about the 3D manufacturing, 3D printing technology. You can use it for some fancy ceramic materials you want to process, etc. Again, what are the research you do? Characterization will play an important role. I think we need appropriate characterization techniques either your batteries or any type of your silicon material or chips. I think we need their respective, most of the things we are going to use this particular techniques. I think again the importance of your detector technology. That's why olden time they used to be. In fact, more than 20 years back, I used to record almost like 24 hours with one spectra. Now, because of the fast detector, again thanks to our IEEE, our instrumentation, electronic engineers, within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we are able to collect the data. In the sense that there is a huge interest in development in the whatever detectors, etc. So again, all this, for example, the fast charger, what it will monitor the voltage between lower to higher, and it will monitor the current accordingly. We can calculate how much capacity, etc. So again, why people are talking about the fast charging is not possible. The main issue is that there are solid state materials. If we do higher current rate, all material may not be participating in the electrochemical cycling. As a consequence, we can get something like if you do higher faster charge, means low capacity. You'll get. That's why your any battery manufacturer BMS, they have some particular software. They'll tell that okay, do this particular chemistry of batteries to do the particular current, then only so you can get a maximum capacity. That is a way behind. Again, what are the important points to remember to improve the electronic conductivity, electrode design? These are all the important points to take into consideration. Again, I think these are the importance of our electronic circuits. The overall summary is that it is not like one man show. If we talk about batteries, we need importance of power electronics and electric machines and energy management, etc. So again, I think battery management will play an important, especially in terms of the electrical engineers, EEE people. If there are too many cells are there, at least it has to record the temperature, and then, for example, sometimes some particular catching fire, it has to, or for example, uniformly discharge and charge with a particular voltage has to work accordingly. So again, I think similarly, this is a way battery management will play an important role. So again, quickly I'll go through the present scenario. These are the positive side and negative side. Only few materials are a little bit promising. Not all the material can be used. So again, advantage of the lithium battery is your energy density is closely matching. So that's why we can use this material for electric vehicles. Again, either do something materials, try to coat the sample, make it roll it. Again, there are all things you can do in a laboratory, or if you work with the industry, everything is automated, so you don't need to worry. All the good fabrication, depending on your design, whatever the design you want, you can fabricate the cells. So that is possible. The small scale you can do the coin cell. You can do either cathode, anode, and electrolyte, separate everything, fill it, and make a cell that is ready. And then, suppose, for example, you have this type of cathodes, and they're all like promising materials are using your electric vehicles or any autonomous electric vehicles, or your, for example, laptop or iPhones, etc. So these are the charge and discharge. Usually the layman's would get higher charge potentials and long cycle life is needed. So anyway, my time is going up. What is my suggestion here is that already 17 minutes I finish. So quickly I'll go through. So what are the important way we can contribute? For example, any materials aspect. Again, in terms of if again we need a smart sensor, again that's why if you want to see the materials will play an important role, especially if you talk about automobile sensors or sensing the CO2, etc. Materials will play an important role. So one word I'm telling that thermal stability is very important since you are the engineers. That's why sometimes I wanted to put one note. So what are the safety limit they suggested? Either they do to something like cathode material. Sometimes you cannot use fast charging because of the catching fire. That's why that is the reason sometimes anodes, so there is a limit. That's why due to generate formation, the catching fire. That's why. So don't increase whatever the current they mentioned, current supplier you do, don't exceed that limit. Similarly, with respect to the electrolyte is there, for example, you limit the higher voltage, sometimes it may react with oxygen that will lead to thermal runaway. So again, I think I don't have much time to discuss any details. So again, so these are very important since they've given me 17 minutes. I'll try to finish my talk saying that whatever the research you do, at least some safety limit they mentioned according to restrict that one, don't exceed the limit. So then if we limit, sometimes due to material issues, it may catch fire, etc. So quickly I'll mention that whatever the research we do, we need a sustainability. So for example, in future, too many batteries. So make sure that you do recycle the battery in a proper way, etc. So I'm ending saying that materials will play an important role. Either do whatever the research you do. Again, since there is a lot of opportunities for the at least at the scientists, including scientists and engineers, to work for the large scale fabrication in terms of technology or developing sensors or anything. So that is my take home message for this conference. So anyway, thank you very much, and try to attend all the talks with since conference organizer stopped me to presentation within 17 minutes, so I have to respect. And especially young researcher, try to present well, and thank you very much, sir. Thank you to all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your talk. You can now go ahead to the research paper presentations. I will introduce you to our session chairs, Dr. Praveen Kachori, Governor Nominee, MS University, Udaipur, and we welcome Dr. Vineet Kumar, Executive Committee member, IEEE UP section, and Professor in the Computer Science Engineering Department. We welcome you, sirs. We will go ahead with the first paper presentation titled Automated G4 Disease Identification Agriculture Intelligence System and Impression and Survey, paper ID 18. It will be presented by Sufola Das Silva Araujo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. I'll just share my screen.
Yes.
Can it be seen?
Yes, we can see your screen as well. I will request all the researchers, all the presenters to keep your presentations concise to 5 minutes.
Ma'am, I think somebody else was supposed to give the presentation before me. No?
Yes, ma'am, but he hasn't joined yet.
All right. So should I continue? I mean, should I? Yeah, okay. I am Sufola Silva, and I'll be presenting the paper on automated G4 disease identification agricultural intelligence system. It's a survey, an impression and survey. My co-authors are Dr. V.S. Malimat and Dr. Meenakshi Sundaram. Okay. The way I will be proceeding with the explanation is the abstract, introduction, literature review, proposed system, and conclusion and references. We know that disease identification is a process to recognize a disease in an infected image. So we have a lot of algorithms, iterative algorithms, which are used to separate this infected region from the background. So when you segment that part of whatever has been wanted on the infected part, you then classify them as whatever infection, whatever the infection it could be. This type of an application can be used in plant disease detection, object recognition, fault detection, and so on. Agriculture is a backbone of India's economy, and definitely it needs to grow, so which evolves in practices. So recognition and detection of disease in a plant is definitely needed. So extracting the infected part of interest in a disease plant becomes very important. So disease identification is done at different identification methods. Then you categorize them in different classes. And our main steps are like detection, descriptive detections, that is your feature point detection, and then matching your testing image. The regular proposed system would be like image acquisition, where you extract the image, then you pre-process the data. After that, you segment whichever infected part you want, extract the descriptors, that is your features, keep them as data set, and then the tested image feature data set, you match it with the descriptors. This is your regular way of processing. Now, in acquisition, we had acquired a G4 variety of chili leaves collected from the Central Coastal Agricultural Research Institute. And the different type of classes that I was classifying the infection is bacterial leaf spot, powdery mildew, Fusarium wilt, healthy, and these are the number of samples I had taken. Some of them, in fact, I had taken a video and then I had to cut them into images. In image preprocessing, normally image processing, either you resize the image or convert it into HSV, because HSV deals with more acquisition of color images, and then you filter it. So I had taken a survey of some of the enhancement techniques that were done. Like in 17, Bo did conversion of gray to RGB, RGB to gray, and he got an accuracy of 90. Somewhere else it was done by color histogram representation, converting into gray, 92.3. Then image resize Gaussian filter RGB to HSV got a 98. Then in 2020, Corn filter and half transformation, which was transforms, which was 88% of accuracy. And then, of course, converting RGB into HSV in 2020 again with a accuracy of around 98%. This was used, CNN was used here. Then when you do segmentation, you extract the image, whichever one you want, you extract the infected part from the background. So that could be done using a graph cut segmentation, or you can have fuzzy C, thresholding, particle swarm output. There are many number of segmentation techniques. So I had done a survey of few of them. So Everton Castello came up with linear iterative clustering, which gave an accuracy of 98.34. Then in 2017, again, fuzzy C-means was used, gave an accuracy of 93. Then OS2 method of segmentation gave an accuracy of 80. And bacterial forage optimization association with radial basis function neural network gave an accuracy of 85%. Then K-means algorithm, a regular algorithm. Then artificial bee colony optimization, which gave an accuracy of 83. And this is the survey summarization of the survey I had taken. Then comes the feature points. Once you know the infected part, now you got to establish those, extract some important information such that that is the information which will distinguish them from different classes. So what does a feature point would have? It should be having a robust, that is not. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. I think somebody muted me or something like that. Okay. So they should be robust. They should be distinctive. That is, individual features be told apart from the others. Accuracy should be very precise. When you say distinctive, it's the distinctive feature point that you extract that is going to distinguish them from different classes. So this is very important. Good performance, efficient, invariant. They shouldn't be changing with respect to illumination, because when we click pictures or when we click images, the light comes in the picture, or scale or rotation, they shouldn't be changing or shouldn't get affected with them. So some of the survey that I had taken for feature extraction, Jagdesh in 2017 came up with features which like colors and texture features, gave an accuracy of 96. Then in 2019, gray level co-occurrence matrix, which are texture features, were extracted, which gave an accuracy of 91. Then number of cluster centers, intercluster distance, variance, entropy, squidness, these features were taken, which gave accuracy of 83. Then shape features in 2019, that is perimeter equivalent distance centroid of grape leaves, which gave an accuracy of 83.96. Then CNN was used, which gives an extracted feature length, fixed length feature map, which gave an accuracy of 98.02. So these are the different ways that different types of features that you extract for representation. After you extract features, then the last step would be disease matching. So if you have two feature vectors U and V, you take the two for each of the feature vector U, you find the two nearest neighboring distance in V. Like for example, D1 and D2. Calculate the ratio D1 and D2. If the ratio is, you keep a threshold. If the ratio is less than 0.5 or 0.7, then you say it's a good match. If the ratio is greater than 0.7, then you can say it's an incorrect match. So how many of these come within that good match? If you keep a threshold again, so if it's greater than 7, you can call it a great match. You also have certain outliers where there are some features which have been extracted which are not part of the image. So those features do nothing and have no effect on classification. So we eliminate them. So sometimes the features like where RGB is equal to 0, those can be removed. So you redefine, you refine the image. So in matching itself, we have got the quadratic SVM, we have got KNN decision tree, then we have got naive based probabilities, then we have got CNN, and then we have got reweighted linear program to boost classification, and so based on that we have got different accuracies.
I would request you to conclude.
Pardon me?
We'd request you to conclude.
To conclude, okay, so these are the fundamental steps. So in my I had just after the survey I had just collected data from all these things, and total of 753 data I had taken. I had made a performance analysis based on sensitivity, specificity, recall, F measure, and precision. And the proposed technique with ANN with PSO gave me an accuracy of 98.43 as compared to the remaining ones, which I gave a pictorial view here. So the accuracy is much higher in terms of this proposed technique. Conclusion, I would say the matching accuracy of this proposed technique was 98.43. Sensitivity, specificity, accuracy, all these measures were taken. And reference, any questions?
Any questions from the session chair or the audience? That will be all from you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you. Should I stop sharing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
We now move ahead to the next presentation for paper ID 42. It will be presented by Ms. Nandini, and the paper is titled as an enhanced face anti-spoofing model using color texture and corner feature-based liveness detection. And can we have you on screen and camera? Ms. Nandini? Paper ID 42. Ms. Nandini, can we hear you? I can see that you have unmuted yourself. We'll move ahead to the next paper. I will request anyone from paper ID 70. If someone has joined from paper ID 70. Mr. Pradeep Tiwari?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have joined it.
Yes, sir. You can go ahead with the presentation, sir.
All right. Thank you.
This paper is titled as Identification of Possibly Intemperate Permission Demands in Android Apps.
Yes.
So you can go ahead with the screen, and we request
you
to be on
to
your
share
camera.
the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Am I visible and audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You were visible a while back. And yes, sir, we can see you as well.
So my presentation is visible?
Presentation is not visible
All
yet,
right.
but
Start?
it's in processing. You can start, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Pradeep. I work at Central Research Laboratory of Bharat Electronics Limited, Bangalore. We work in the area of Android security, and one of the research area included how to identify in excessive permission demands in Android apps. So in the same direction, we have worked on it and submitted a paper, written a paper and submitted to the conference. So this is how my agenda is. I will give you a brief about related work and what is the methodology we have adopted, followed by results, and then a case study of a sample application from Play Store. And then we'll conclude the presentation. So basic motivation is the popularity, and since we are a defense organization, we are working on a security measures, how we can incorporate Android into our defense space. Still, defense sector is skeptical about Android, hence we are working on it, how to put these handheld devices on Android-based system without compromising the safety of it. So, and also there is increase in the malwares and the vulnerabilities over the last few years. So, in general, Android application is packed in the form of APK, which contains basic, similar to an executable, which contains all the related files in itself. It has the code, the XML file, the resources, and the libraries required for it. So, in this paper, we have contributed the following: an approach to identify the excessive permission in Android apps. We have compared and comprehended the app with its peer from the Play Store, analyzed the peer app for this in the same category. What in this it is like there is an application, for example, calculator, and there are 10 different applications on the Play Store for the same functionality. So permission demand from one application should not be much higher than its peers in the Play Store. So that's what we are trying to identify using statistical approach. I'll discuss further. So already there has been a related work, but those are on the code-based analysis. For example, static analysis. There they have people have tried to identify the source and sink in an application. If you recompile an application, how the data is started in the application and where it is going. So if this source to sink is justified in the application, then we call it as a good application. If it is not, then bad application. This is what static analysis people have done. Also, people have done machine learning based approaches to identify a malicious application in Android. There is also work on dynamic analysis where an application is launched.
Excuse me, sir. Would request you to share your screen.
All right, 1 second. I'll stop sharing and share again.
Yes, sir.
Is it visible now?
Just a moment, sir.
Yeah. Is it fine?
No, sir. It's still not visible.
Okay. 1 second. I'm sorry, 1 second. I don't know.
It's okay, sir.
Is it an empty screen? Huh?
Yes, it's an empty screen. You can. Yes, it's
Just a
an empty
moment. Just give me 2. Yes.
We can see it now, sir. We cannot hear you. Sir, you're muted. Yes, sir. Now we can hear you and we can see you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the delay. I'll come to the methodology. This is the data set which we have collected. We have developed a Python-based crawler to download Android apps from the Play Store. Since they don't allow continuous downloading of the application, we took at least it took a span of 2 months to download 4,000 applications from the Play Store. So the categories of application included education, finance, tools, business, productivity, and travel and local base. And this is the count in each data set. So to evaluate the permission from an Android application, what we did is first we extracted the permissions from the base application. For example, let's take the example of calculator. So there is one base application for the calculator. we extracted the permission from the base application called PB. Then from its peer applications, for those 10 peer applications, we have extracted the permissions from those peer applications. Then we identified the exclusive permissions which are only available in the base application, and few permissions which are available only in the peer applications, and common permission between those peers. So this is a criteria to evaluate the count the number of permissions in base application and peer applications. So how do we give a score to each application's permission? So in an ideal case scenario, there could be 4 scenarios if we calculate the permission between base and its peer. It could be equal. If it is equal, the common permissions would be very higher, because all the permissions are same in both the cases. The other case could be the number of permissions in the base application are completely disjoint with the peer. So that could be the case where Play Store has misclassified that application as a similar application in the Play Store itself. The third case is where number of permissions in the base application are much higher than its peer. This is a case of risk, where application should ask only 3 permissions or only 2 to 3 permissions, but the application asks for more than those. So the same functionality can be achieved with one permission, then why there is a need for asking more than 1 or at least 5, 6, 10 application, 5, 6, 10 permissions for the same category of application for the providing same functionality. And the last case could be where the base application has lesser permission than its peer, then it is a safer application. So we developed a tool where in general the pseudocode looks like this. We have extracted the base application, we have downloaded the base application and peer apps. Then from permissions using APK tool, from base application and peer application, then for each pair we have calculated the common permission, exclusive permission. Then we given a permission score for each pair, where exclusive permission divided by actual number of permissions asked by the application. Similarly for the peer, then we calculated mean and standard deviation, mean for the peer application and the standard deviation for the peer application. Based on these criteria, how my application's permissions are deviated from its peers is categorized into 5 different categories, R0 to R5. These categories included how we have defined this risk category. The whole range will lie between 0 to 1, the ratio of the permissions in base application with respect to its peers, 0 to mean minus standard deviation, and this is the classification criteria, where if it lies in the PR0 category, it is a very low, and PR4, it is a very high risk application.
Sir, would request you to conclude. Excuse me, sir, would request you to conclude. Thank you.
Sure. So apart from this, we have also used the application's code to identify whether there is an actual demand of the permission through the code. For example, if an API call is requested for the relevant permission, then that permission was justified. If the code itself is not there, the API itself is not there, the permission was not justified. This is another approach we have included in it. So, and in terms of results, we have counted this is a read external storage permission. This is actually a very risky permission because it can read and write into the file system. And we have found 35 cases in our base applications where it has been used. Similarly for the other permissions. And from our data set, we have categorized our applications within these risk categories. These are the number of applications in each risk category. And this is the distribution of the risk score among the base application. This is a case study. It will not where we have identified the electrical calculator compared with its peers, scientific calculator plus calculator square, tech cal, scientific. These are all from real world Play Store applications where our base applications has asked for many permissions, whereas there were few who were not asking for those permissions. So we found this application as suspicious and it requires further investigation. So we have assessed the intemperate use of permission in Android apps. We applied a different approach, combined 2 different approaches to find the excessive permission demands, and we used the data set from real world apps, and the statistical approach found to be effective and required further investigation for the future analysis of the application. And also with our analysis, we found that there were misclassification on the Play Store for the similar apps, which it shows. These are the references I have taken for my presentation. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions from the session chair or the audience?
I'll be happy to take any questions. If not, they can write an email to me, or I can share this presentation or my paper as well.
Thank you so much, sir. That will be all from you, sir.
Thank you so much, Shubhi. Sorry.
Our next presentation will be given by Preet Navdeep for paper ID 89, titled as Facial Emotions Recognition System using Hybrid Transfer Learning Models and Optimization Techniques.
Good morning, all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. I will request you to be on your camera and be concise in your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Good morning, all of you. I'm Preet Navdeep, and the topic of my presentation is Facial Emotions Recognition System using Hybrid Transfer Learning Models and Optimization Techniques. My paper ID is 089. I'm not able to go to next slide. Is my next slide visible?
Yes, ma'am. All the slides are visible, and when you move your slide, you can see it as well.
All right. Thank you. So, facial emotions, they convey a lot about a person's personality. Most of the information, like 1/3 of the information, can be conveyed through a person's emotions that cannot be conveyed verbally. So, the most straightforward technique is that there are 6 universal expressions that was given by Ekman. That was happy, fear, sadness, surprise, disgust, and surprise. So, interest in human emotional has surged with expanding requirements of pleasure, commerce, psychological well-being, and education-related applications, due to which various HCI, human-computer interaction systems, were developed in recent years. So, features have proven to be highly effective in pattern recognition and classification, due to which we have used this topic for our research. So my objective of the study is to use deep learning transfer learning techniques like residual network 50, mobile net v2, densenet 169, VGG 16 and 19, as well as optimizers, ADAM, RMS propagation, that is root mean square propagation, SGD optimizer approaches, along with various networks, transfer learning techniques, and to automatically recognize and determine emotions for human facial recognition. So various literature review was done, due to which various findings were there. Not much work has been done on transfer learning. So Akan presented transfer learning approach for which used the CNN model. Then various Chaudhary used transfer learning techniques such as VGG 16, RSNet 50, MobileNet, and Inception V3. Similarly, other researches were done on this. So I'll just wind up as time is very less. So we can say not much work has been done on the hybrid models of transfer learning techniques. So the dataset that I have taken for this is usually various researchers take FER, CCON, Connect Plus, KTEF for machine learning method, but I have used extended and augmented Google FER dataset from Kaggle. So it has 8 classes, each containing 2500 plus 48 into 48 grayscale images, and dataset is augmented and extended version of Google FER 2013 with improved class balance, and a new class contempt was also included in this. So for training phase, there were 75% of the data was taken for the training phase, and 25% was kept for the validation phase, out of which various images were of anger, contempt, disgust, fear, happiness, neutral, sadness, and surprise. So this is the chart, or you can say graph, of various images that were taken per category. So the implementation was done in Python, in which various libraries like Keras, TensorFlow, Matplotlib, Seaborn, Pandas, NumPy, and OpenCV Python packages were used. So there are 3 steps in facial emotion recognition. One is pre-processing, one is feature extraction, and one is classification. So in pre-processing, Python images library, OpenCV and Mutils libraries were employed to handle diverse facial expression photos for pre-processing. Then a new window is opened using OpenCV called window name flag function, so that all the photographs can be loaded on the full screen. Then resizing of the images is done so that they can maintain the aspect ratio. Then CVT color function was used in order to translate the images from one color to another in the grayscale form. Thresholding method was employed to separate the object from backdrop to increase feature extraction outcomes. So pre-processed images you can see in the figure 2 of multiple facial emotions after being pre-processed. So pre-processing is required in order to remove the noise or other effects from the image so that proper feature extraction can be done. So this is exploratory data analysis in which histogram is there that is shown. Histogram is used in order to show the pixel positions of various features. So it counts the number of pixels that reflect each intensity value, and histogram equalization broadens the intensity range. You can see with each image for each, you can say facial emotion, histogram is being produced using the histogram equalization. So next step comes the feature extraction. So contour tool creates and retrieves the curve that connects all continuous points with the same intensity based on these parameters, the features or the images that were extracted, the length of the eyebrows, the length of the distance between the eyebrows or distance between the eyes and the eyebrows. So these features help in extracting the features or the emotions. So after extracting features, the data that was extracted, 75% was the training data and 25% was kept for the testing data. So various transfer learning models then were applied, like residual network. So this model consists of 48 convolution layers. These are basically architectures of CNN. So it includes 48 convolution layer, one max pool layer and one average layer. Similarly, MobileNet V2 is also built upon inverted residual structure. DenseNet 169 is convolution network in which dense blocks are used to directly link all the layers. Then VGG 16, VGG stands for Visual Geometry Group, and 19 were used, and it has produced various series of convolution network models for face recognition and So various optimizers are used. Basically, the use of optimizers is to optimize the image or increase the efficiency of the model. So ADAM was used, root mean square propagation model optimizer, and stochastic gradient descent optimizers were used in order to optimize the images, plus to decrease the loss function.
Ma'am, would request you to conclude.
Yes. So various evaluative parameters, accuracy, loss, precision, root mean square, mistake, and recall were calculated. Based on it, these are the result analysis. So this table shows the system performance using ADAM optimizer. Out of it, when comparison was done between various models, transfer learning models, it was found that DenseNet 169 had the highest accuracy and lowest loss function. Similarly, root mean square propagation optimizer technique, in this it was found that residual neural network 50 had the highest accuracy with the loss function of 1.18. Similarly, validation data accuracy was 89 and 72 and 1.129. Then for SGD to optimizer, accuracy of dense network 169 was the best with a loss function of 1.53. Precision and recall values were also calculated. So out of all the tables, it was concluded that ADAM had the best results out of all the optimizers when applied, because it gave the highest accuracy. So when hybrid models, DenseNet and residual network, they were combined for hybridization, and this is the graph that we have shown. Out of this, when these models were combined, ADAM was the one that gave the highest accuracy than the RMS prop and SGD optimizers. So comparison with other techniques was done, in which various techniques also worked on various data sets, but the accuracy was 89, 76, 7. But our proposed work on DenseNet gave the highest accuracy, that was 91.06%. So conclusion is that various deep learning models are there. We used 5 transfer learning models, 3 optimizers. 75% of data was input data, whereas 25 was test, and out of which ADAM was considered to be the best hybridizing model. And future work, we can consider that if we want to, these are the basic emotion, if we want to find all secondary emotions or all significant emotions, then we need to construct more extensive databases and more sophisticated deep learning models can be used. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the session chair or the audience? We take it as no questions, ma'am. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
We'll now move ahead to paper ID 335, titled as Image Steganography Approach Based Ant Colony Optimization with Triangular Chaotic Map, and to be presented by Subhash Pandey.
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible, ma'am?
Sir, you're audible. I will request you to be on your camera.
Yeah. Is it here, ma'am?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen.
Yeah. Let me manage this. Okay, ma'am. May I start?
Yes, sir. You can.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Present here. I am Subhash Pandey from Nepal to present the paper on the title Image Steganography Approach based on the ant colony optimizations with triangular chaotic map. The outline of the presentations are given here: introduction, motivations, research objective, literature review, methodology, result and discussion, conclusion and recommendation, and references. Steganography means the method of concealing or hiding the content into the different media transporter as a text, image, audio, and video. There are different types of steganography approach: text steganography, image steganography, audio steganography, and video steganography. These are the motivations. Current state-of-art method have easily predictable and less secure region of interest cover image selections using the gradient function, less robustness against the compressions attack and filtering, low imperceptibility and payload capacity of the cover images. The objective of this study is to develop the SEO-based image steganography approach or model with the TCM. These are the literature review. In the methodology sections, we have followed the different steps, and the steps are selections of the cover image and secret message, determinations of the payload capacity, finding the optimal pixels with the SEO, embedding the secret message into the cover image, generating the chaotic variable with the TCM, calculations of the performance matrices based on the stego image. So, for the SEO algorithm, for the implementation of SEO algorithm, the number of the ants used were 6 per iteration, with the evaporation rate 0.5, weight of the pheromone value is 1, visibility factor 1, and decay is equal to 0.95. And for determination criteria, we have used the step 2, 3, 4. Solution space was constructed, pheromone for ants were updated, and local solution or local source was performed. As per the algorithm, pheromone depositions on each edge was calculated by these equations, and amount of pheromone on each edge is calculated by the another one equations, where the range is 0 and 1. With the optimal pixel in the group of 3 left to right movement was done on every byte of the data. To embed the binary data, first 8 values were used. To transfer the topological structure to the chaos state, the chaotic sequence was generated for each optimal pixels by these equations with the different parametric value. These are the images used for implementation: Lena, Bobon, Pepper, Dog, and Flower. These are the performance matrices like MSE, PHNR, MAE, F-score, SSIM. For the result and discussions, for each ant, the payload capacity of the cover image is calculated, and before doing that, image is divided into the block of 5 by 5. So for each ant, cost, length, amount of pheromone updated by an ant in the graph, and pheromone deposited on each edge by an ant in the graph. To find the optimal pixels was calculated, and the solution space was constructed accordingly, according to this table. The proposed method was compared with other matrices, other methods like a classical LSB, LSB with ratio, LSB with logistic map, and proposed method under the MSE, SNR, MAE, F-score, and SSIM, where the proposed method outperformed the other results. This is the histogram analysis before embedding and after embedding the content into the stable image. The conclusions of this study is image steganography method based on ant colony optimizations by finding the optimal pixels is achieved, and the imperceptibility is higher than the previous method in comparison to the TCM. As the future recommendation for better results, bee colony optimization can be implemented along with the number of the increment in the number of the ants and test images, and the image file can be of the different format like a PMP, GIF, JPEG file format can be further used. And these are the differences for this study. And thank you, ma'am. Is there any queries?
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions from the session chair or the audience? Thank you so much, sir. That will be all for you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We'll now go ahead to the next paper, ID 298, titled Comparison of Clustering Routing Protocol in Sensor Network, a Study, and will be presented by Ms. Poonam Tiwari. Ms. Tiwari, can we have you on screen?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible too.
Okay. A very good morning to all the eminent dignitaries and research scholars present over here. I am Poonam Tiwari, PhD research scholar at Dr. K.N. Modi University, Rajasthan. My co-authors are Dr. Sandeep Kumar Shukla and Dr. Aruna Pathak. The contents of my presentation is here. So let's start from the abstract. Abstract of my paper is about sensor network. Sensor network becomes the most emerging technology and hot research topic in these days. It is very useful and important role, plays an important role in many fields like education, military, service, medical field, surveillance, agriculture. These are very sensitive areas. Sensor network is an interconnected distributed network, consists of relatively simple, low cost, low power sensor nodes. Because of low power, energy conservation is the biggest challenge in wireless sensor network, because after deployment of these tiny sensor nodes, it's not possible to recharge them. There is a lots of energy saving schemes. One of them is clustering is the most prevalent technology which is able to make sensor network energy efficient. The scheme aims to minimize the communication distance of sensors. In this article, a survey, a review have done based on energy clustering routing protocol has been done. In introduction, a sensor network is a group of tiny, generally battery-powered devices, and it is a wireless infrastructure that is used to monitor for physical or environmental conditions.
Poonamji, can you please excuse me before we proceed further? It gives me immense pleasure to announce that we've been recently joined by our group vice chancellor, sir. He has a very busy schedule. Sir has been a guiding force behind this mega event. He's our teacher, our mentor. and a leader par excellence. He's a motivation for all of us. It is his vision and commitment towards research that has given a beautiful shape to this wonderful conference. And without wasting any time further, I would request sir to please say a few words and shower his blessings on all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for.
Thank you, Dr. Naina Chaudhary. You are not only the chair of this conference, but so wonderfully leading this initiative. I was listening to the presentation of Dr. Tiwari very carefully. My congratulations to you for the wonderful presentation you are giving. And I was trying to understand the model of wireless sensor network. My compliments to you and to all the researchers who have joined in this conference from across the globe. This is one of the largest and prestigious conferences which IEEE and MIT is organizing this time. This is for the 22nd time we have been organizing this conference. And under the able leadership of Dr. Naina Chaudhary, Dr. Vikram, Dr. Prateek, Dr. Shubhi, and many others have contributed so significantly in making it sure that the leading researchers from the world, they contribute in this mega event. I was going through the papers, and let me congratulate all the authors. The quality of the paper is really and truly very high. And always remember researchers, and especially I can see somewhere about 20% of the students, they have also contributed quite a lot in this conference. That whenever you will go for the international jobs, whenever you will apply for the international funding, and if you say that you have participated in InBush, and this is something which will be always giving you extra credits. Once again, congratulations to all of you. I'm sure that the learning outcomes of the conference would be great. And my compliments to Dr. Naina Chaudhary, who has truly worked very hard. Not only a hard-working chair, but I have seen her, the way she has contributed for our Tashkent campus, the way she has been contributing with her team for a London conference, the way she was able to contribute for our Dubai campus. And a very learned team, Dr. Prateek and Dr. Vikram, Dr. Shubhi, and all others. I think that they have contributed most significantly for this conference. Once again, my compliments to all of you. Keep it up. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Shubhi, we can proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Ravi, you can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay. Model of wireless sensor network. This is the model of wireless sensor network. Every sensor network have one sync node. In other terms, we can say base station, and the lots of sensor nodes which sense data where they are deployed and sense data. They sense data to the sync node from where user can extract data through internet. This is the architecture of sensor unit. Every sensor unit have main components like sensing unit, processing unit, communication unit, and power unit. They have some optional unit also, like location finding system, mobilizer, and power generator. These are the characteristics of WSN, self-organization. WSN should always be self-organized, because after deployment, they cannot be contacted by the users. They should have fault tolerance, low cost, tiny, restricted energy resources or power efficiency, heterogeneity of nodes, and scalability. They should have all the characteristics of these. About clustering, we have done the work on clustering. So as we know, all the sensor network mostly use their energy in sensing, computing, and communicating. So as sensor network consumes most of their 80% energy in data transmission, so there is a need of an architecture in which the transmission of data to the sink is as low as possible. So clustering the node is a popular two-layered approach. It divides the nodes located in the same layer into groups known as clusters, and each cluster have one cluster head. All the nodes within the cluster send their sense data to the cluster head. It is the responsibility of cluster head to collect the data from nodes and aggregate them and transmit them to the base station. Clustering protocol have proved to be one of the most competent solution to improve the performance of WSN. In this paper, we present a review or survey on clustering approaches in sensor network. This is a typical architecture of clustered network in which these are clustered and black hole are cluster heads. These cluster heads sends data to the base station directly or through the other cluster head. We have gone through these clustered algorithm like leech, TL leech, and many more to prepare the we have prepared the table, comparison table. We can say comparison table based on the cluster properties like method. Any cluster can use two types of method: distributed or centralized. Cluster count, it can be predefined or variable. Intercluster communication, it can be single hop, means direct communication, or can go through the multi-hop communication. Cluster head selection, it can be with three methods: probabilistic method, attribute method, and parameter based. Cluster head selection is the most important thing in clustering. Location awareness, any sensor network can have GPS enabled or can be, if not needed, it can be simple. Load balancing, all cluster head consumes approximately same amount of energy in the same load distribution. Node type, it may be homogeneous or heterogeneous. It has the same attributes, or heterogeneous, it can have different attributes. Nature, it can be proactive or reactive or hybrid. This is the table which have reviewed upon the above properties. Like leech, use distributed approach method. Its cluster count is variable. Intercluster topology direct. Cluster head election is random. Mobility stationary. Location not required. No GPS system. Load balancing good. Node type homogeneous, and nature proactive.
Ma'am, would request you to conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Conclusion is that the benefit hierarchical cluster is that they divide the same load among the cluster head. So the clustering becomes able to save more energy than non-clustered network. In this article, we have compared many protocols using clustering technique, but different approaches of selecting cluster head. Cluster head selection is very important phase in clustering approach. The probabilistic clustering approach is the most popular because it is simple, low overheaded, and high efficiency. Leech was the first and it's extremely popular approach because of random clustering scheme, but it was not authentic. Furthermore, in many protocols like leech seed, red leech, KCA, and many more use non-probabilistic scheme and have some parameters for selecting cluster head. Furthermore, I have gone through the algorithm selecting cluster head on the basis of fuzzy logic and genetic algorithm. These protocols is more effective and efficient comparison to other protocols. In these days, they are very, very popular. In this article, we have demonstrated the algorithm based on clustering approach. We have reviewed that all the algorithm, what they are, how they are selecting their cluster head, how they are distributed or centralized approach they are using. We have reviewed all the properties, all the algorithm with these properties. Thank you. These are references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the audience or the session chair?
Yes, ma'am, I need to ask a question. Poonam ma'am, you have mentioned about various protocols in routing clustering. So how have you done the comparison? Have you used any software for doing the comparison analysis?
No, ma'am, I have only reviewed.
So what parameters you have taken into consideration?
Yeah, ma'am. We have reviewed every algorithm and reviewed what they are using, what their parameter, what are their selection cluster, how they are selecting their cluster head. These I have reviewed only.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smita. Thank you so much, Mr. Gare.
Thank you.
We'll be going ahead to the next paper, ID 337, titled as Smart Grid Architecture of Bibliometric Analysis and Future Research Directions, and will be presented by Ms. Miriam.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Miriam Pose, and I'm from Benin, and I'm here to present you our paper on smart grid architecture, bibliometric analysis, and future research directions. The outline of my presentation, I will start with context and motivation, methodology, result and discussion, contribution, limitation, and the conclusion and future research avenues. So our motivation for producing this paper is that smart grid are one of the most critical technological challenges nowadays and have attracted the interest of many researchers. So we have a lot of work on the domain. And if you want to define what is smart grid, is an evolution of the traditional power system, enabling a two-way flow of electricity and information with digital communication technology. And it has all the functionality of the traditional grid plus several new features, such as self-healing capabilities in case of faults on the power grids. So if we want to compare the smart grid with the traditional grid, with smart grid we have many small power producers, and we notice that we have distributed renewable energies, we have decentralized inherent modalities, and we have the communication which are in both directions, a two-way flow, a bidirectional two-way flow communication of data. And we have consumers, we actively participating in the system. And what makes the grid smart is architecture made of intelligent components such as wireless sensor network, which are deployed throughout the grid. We have smart meters, data collectors, interconnected SCADA systems, and so on technologies. And the US National Institute of Standard and Technology have proposed a conceptual model for smart grid. We have 7 domains. We have bulk generation, transmission, distribution, customer, service provider, markets, and operation domains. So our research objective is to review the smart grid architecture proposed so far, to build a robust research program. And for achieve this goal, we use bibliometric methods which help identify and quantify cross-interest and collaboration between institutes. And we have remarked that there is currently no specific bibliometric study on the smart grid architecture. So our paper presents a bibliometric study to obtain a structural overview of the smart grid architecture. And we are trying to answer this question: what is the current level of research in the architecture of smart grids, and many more questions. So our methodology, we performed a search on November 11, 2021 in the Web of Science database, which is the world's most trusted publisher. And our search string is smart grid and architecture. We found 3,1993 relevant publications, including article reviews and so on. And selected records were exported to big text format file, and we performed a bibliometric analysis on this database exported using bibliometrics tool, which is an R tool used for quantitative studies. Our result and discussion: on our first figure, we have the main information about document of ST architecture that we found, and we see that most of the documents are proceeding papers, and we have also many articles. And here we show the annual scientific production, and we see that till 2019, we have a growing interest on smart grid, but since 2019, we have a decrease in the number of works on the smart grid architecture. And that is here we have the numbers of articles produced by years. We can also look at the 20 most relevant sources, and we have on top of the list the journal IEEE transaction on smart grids. Here we look at the source code dynamics to look at the dynamics of the most cited journals on smart grids. We have the top 20 relevant authors, and we have the first authors, the most relevant authors in function of the number of articles they produced. And we have Wang Yong, which is the most relevant authors with 46 citations. We have also looked at the most relevant affiliation, and we have on top of the list Aalborg University with 92 publications on the smart grid architectures. We can also look at the 20 most cited documents, and the most cited document on the smart grid was produced in 2012. The title is IEEE Communication Survey of Smart Grids. And here we present just the key objective of most cited documents. We have also looked at the country scientific production, and China is on top of the list. But when you look at the 20 most cited countries, we have USA research publication, which are the most cited. We can look also at the word cloud relative to SJ architectures, and we remark that the most present word are architecture and management, and we have a few number of citation for other words like protection, renewable energy, and so on.
Now I would request you to conclude the presentation.
Okay, so our contribution of study, we could help the different main actors who have a significant role in smart grid to better direct their action and investments. And we have interpreted that the decreasing since 2019 is interpreted as the secondary effect of global COVID-19 pandemic. We also highlighted the challenge faced by smart grids, including optimization of their design and architecture, because we remarked that we don't have so much work on this field. Our results also show that Africa is far behind with a shallow research on smart grids, and it will be interesting to study the possibilities and requirements for deploying smart grid in Africa. We identified also one of the most promising areas of smart grids, which is Internet of Things, which will help to collect measurements and generate insights. And this process is referred as network telemetry. We obtain as key insights the most productive institutional countries and authors of smart grid architecture. And future research could consider expanding smart grid related paper scope by including teaching cases from countries successfully deploy smart grids. So here are some references. I thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the audience or the session chair?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I just want to ask you, what is the future trend in the field of your smart grids? And what is the role of IoT in that? As you have specified the IoT also there.
Yeah, I don't understand the first question. I didn't get you well. Can you repeat?
I'm saying, what is the future research trend in the field of your smart grids? in relation to your IoT?
Okay, so in IoT we have sensors, actuators, which are deployed for collecting data. And on smart grid also we deployed sensor on power lines to collecting some data like the consumption of customers. And this is the relation between IoT and smart grids. Smart grid can be seen as a application of IoT. Did I answer your question?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay.
That will be all from you. I request all the authors to stay in the session till the end. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Nantini for paper ID 42, an enhanced face anti-spoofing model using color texture and corner feature-based liveness detection. Ma'am, can we have your screen?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. We request you to be on your camera.
Sorry for the inconvenience I have.
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay. We can see your screen as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present my research work on a face anti-spoofing model using color texture and corner feature. This is
Ma'am, we are not able to hear you. Ma'am? Ma'am, would request you to pause. We are not able to hear you. Ms. Nantini has some technical glitch. We'll move ahead to the next paper. Paper ID 345. It will be presented by Ms. Sheetal Kaushik, and it's titled as Performance Analysis of AODV and SAODV Routing Protocol using SVM against black hole attack. We can see your screen, ma'am. Would request you to be on your camera. Thank you so much, ma'am.
very good morning to all the respected members, and I'm very honored and thankful that you have accepted my paper in this reputed conference. So my presentation, let me share I think my screen has been shared with you all.
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Okay, so my paper calculates performance analysis of AODV and secure AODV routing protocols using SVM against black hole attack. This is my table of contents. Starting with introduction and the methodology and simulation setup, contained with a framework, and the result in discussion included and picture scope with a reference. So the introduction part, my paper highlights the machine learning techniques in wireless ad hoc networks against black hole attack. When the network is interrupted with some malicious activities, the communicating routing protocols show some bad effects and behaviors in the networking. There are many various types of network attacks we have, but my paper focused on the black hole attack, which is chosen for the simulation, study, and implementation. I've done on the platform Python. The AODV, that is ad hoc on demand, while I think somebody has muted me in between. Shall I continue, Shubhi ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, continue. Ma'am, you can continue.
The comparison is being done with a supervised learning approach, as machine learning having the capability of a machine to intimate or imitate like a human behavior, intelligence, you can say. And the examples are just like web page ranking, collaborative filtering, etc. And machine learning right now has become a main stages of the technical sector. And in our day-to-day part life, we have various types of machine learning, like three types are there: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforced. And my paper focused on the supervised learning, and implementation is done by giving the input and execute the parameters in the present scenario. The paper is in 5 sections, concluded as a background, the review, then the brief about methodology and simulation setup, then the summary concluded with the future scope. Now, the next is my methodology and simulation setup. The documentation studies has been done, and after that, the protocols called AOTV has been selected, and it has been compared with SO AOTV. The results are taken by the number of nodes called 50, and after on Python platform, there are some results, and those results shows that the SOADV performs far better than AODB. The parameters which I have selected are energy consumption, throughput, end-to-end delay, and packet delivery ratio. These are my simulation setup configuration. That is with NS 2.35, the time taken is 100 seconds, whereas the packet size is 1024. There are 3 black hole nodes which were occurred during that network flow, and the protocols used are AODB and SAODB. The machine learning technique used is SPM. The result shows as per in the graph which are taken during the simulation, and the results are like that packet delivery ratio is much better in SAODB using S7 technique rather than the AODB. Whereas if you talk about the number of nodes and end-to-end delay, then it is that end-to-end delay is much lesser than in SVM, as you can see in the graph, that it is in the slope is a little bit down, whereas in AODB it is very high end-to-end delay. Then the energy consumption is far lesser in SAODB, which is an orange color, whereas in blue color the energy consumption is quite high. And during when the slope with the number of nodes, the moment we are increasing the number of nodes, the energy consumption gets increased consecutively. As you can see, the 10 by 20, 30, 40, and at the 50, it is very high. Now, these energy consumptions, the packet delivery ratio, and other parameters shows that SAODB using SVM technique, assumptions results are far better. These are the conclusion that my work presents the performance in AODB and SAODB both, and the technique against black hole attack. The comparative analysis has been done on different parameters, and those are the end-to-end delay, the PDR, the energy consumption, and all the better results are shown by SAODB. And in future, I'm definitely performing more algorithms and quality of service parameters on the same SPM technique, and we can think about other techniques and algorithms also of machine learning. These are my references which I have taken. Thank you. So this is all about my presentation on my paper of presentation. That is.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the audience or the session chair? And we'll take it as no questions. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
Can we have Ms. Nanthini back for her presentation for paper ID 42?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Shubhi ma'am, can we leave from the meeting? Shall we continue with that?
Ma'am, it will be good that you stay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Nanthini, we can see your screen.
Okay. I would like to continue.
Yes, ma'am, you can. We request you to be on your camera.
Okay, wait.
And would request you to be precise in your presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Ma'am, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Shall I continue my presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
I can connect with my camera now. Okay. Okay. As far as I have said, I have proposed an method in face anti-spoofing model using a color texture and the corner feature based model. Face biometrics have a security to develop rapidly in recent years. It is a low cost and highly used biometric system because it requires simple hardware devices like camera and some low computational algorithm is required. But we can use someone's photograph or a 2D mask to spoof the person and break the recognition algorithm. So to overcome this algorithm was proposed. This is my literature review. And this is my literature review. In 2014, Avinash et al. Conducted a challenge and response method for liveness detection using real-time security systems. And in 2019, Hasan et al. Proposed a face anti-spoofing detection model using texture-based techniques. I have taken this as my base and I've gone through my algorithm. This is the database I have used, RoseU2 database for my proposed work, which contains 150 videos of each 20 individual persons who's wearing glass and without glass, 2D mask and video imposters kind of. Each video clip is about to the length of 10 to 15 seconds with 30 frames per second. In this experiment, with 60 sample videos, I have used and I have taken 3 cases. First one is a real case. Second one is a case 2 of 2 videos of a person with 20 videos of a person with a 2D mask. And the third case is that the persons with eye and mouth opens. That is for a photo printed mask, the eye region and mouth region was cut down to get a realistic view. Okay? So in this proposed model, it is comprised of 3 phases. First phase is a facial landmark detection phase. I have used facial landmark detection to cut down the region of interest. I have taken eyes and nose points, all my regions of interest. Secondly, the color texture is analyzed by changing its color space. I have changed my color spaces from RGB to gray, LAM and HSP model. In final phase, a corner detection algorithm is used to detect the human face corner points in a human face to comprise the real human and the photo masks. For the corner detection algorithm, I have been used Shitomashi and the first corner detection algorithm. This is the block diagram of the work. First, from the input video, I have extracted the facial landmarks and cropped the ROI. To the ROI, I have changed to some color space conversion, and then I have deducted the corner points and a key point evaluation to predict the liners. First, for face landmark detection, there is 1 to 60 landmark points present in our face. This is the model, and the red ring tells about the ROI. The point from 28 to 42, so 20 points around the eyes and nose, I have taken as my region of interest. And for color space conversion, to find the color textures, the color space conversion works very beautifully. Color space conversion, I have taken gray, lab, and HSP. You guys all know about the grayscale images, black and white images, which tells about the volume of light or intensity information present in an image. And for a lab color space model, it comprises of luminance, amount of red or green used in an image, and amount of yellow or blue used in an image. It is exactly like the RGB color model, but it works outside some valid set of RGB color spaces. and HSV model, it comprises of new saturation and value points. Hello?
Ma'am would request you to conclude.
Yeah, okay. This color space I have used for a non-linear transformation of RGB, and for corner detection I have used a Shitamashi and force corner detection algorithm. Shitamashi is nothing but a Harris corner improvement of Harris corner detection, but fast is completely different. It is used for three-dimensional videos for real-time frame applications, and this is the formula what I have been used for the optimal threshold calculation. This is the output screenshot. You can all see for real faces, the amount of corners present is really less. And for a partial mask, the amount of corner present is really high because there are many amount of corners, including the mask and real face. But for complete mask, there is no amount of corners present because it is complete 2D and it is a paper. Okay, so there is no corners present in it. This is my proposed algorithm, what I have been used for this work. And for the performance measure, I have taken accuracy and half-treated error rate. Accuracy for fast algorithm is much greater than Shitamashi. And comparing to 3-color invariant, fast with HSV works very well than other 5 models. And the error rate is literally 4.52%, which is way lesser than the other existing models error rate. Why have I chosen this work is that from literature study so far I have done, there is no partial imposter phases have taken for experiment, but we have used here partial imposter. Partial imposter is nothing but the 2D paper mask with eyes and mouth cuts. Also, the HSV color model plays a very important role in color texture finding, and corner detection works better than Shitamashi algorithm. So, the optimal threshold range is very good for this and trial and error method. I have been taken the optimal error range, which is good for this model. And in conclusion, I have done the accuracy of this overall experiment is 88%, and the error total error is 4.52%. And these are all the reference I have used. And thank you. Any questions?
Any questions from the audience or the session chair? We take it as no questions, ma'am. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I now invite Mr. Ashish Kumar Rastogi for paper ID 111, titled as Bio-Inspired Algorithm for Pre-Model Optimization.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Ashish Rastogi, and I'm sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Sir,
yeah. So, topic is bias by computing. Just a minute. I just sure. Yes. So, bias by algorithm for pre-model optimization. My name is Ashish Rastogi. I'm assistant professor in Chandigarh University, and thank you, Thank you for my guides, Swapnesh sir and Suresh sir. So, for this particular paper, I have the table of contents. That's the introduction, bias by computing, features, proposed solution, and conclusion and references. So, main probably optimization. The main proposed part of this paper is optimization. So, actually, the part optimization means the best use of anything using resources effectively or achieving the high quality of this. So in this paper, we just compare it of 3 algorithms. One is a battle algorithm and proposed algorithm, and one is firefly algorithm. And we just compare all these things and performance, and we just conclude what optimized the model for all these species actually. So in this part, we have to conclude that the bad algorithm is quite best and as compared to others actually. Exactly what the bias for computing is a combination of the computational intelligence and collective intelligence, and these computational methods are used to solve the complex problem, and the models of it, they are in principle encountered in the normal biological system and trained and adaptive, reactive, and distributed also. And the goal of the biosphere computing is to produce a computational tool which enhance the robustness, scalability, flexibility, and which interface more efficiently in humans. So if you compare with the bat with other algorithms with the different performance parameter like full cost and emissions and power loss, then we get some better result about the bat algorithm. If you're talking about the proposed solution, as algorithm inspired by the nature are growing day by day, and they are the most powerful type of algorithm of optimization. Is any solution in the specific paper, we have to take a different problem and try to solve the different problem with the various algorithms. For example, particle sum method, firefly algorithm, battle within Kuku's algorithm, etc. And because we do the NP hard problem, which generally need to biological inspired algorithms to solve the problems such as traveling salesman problem can be easily solved by these. Hence, we have compared the different algorithms and found the best algorithm for the various type of problems. Conclusion to this paper that present is this all inspired by the nature. There are battle algorithm and firefly algorithm and Google algorithm. Also, there are improved versions to optimize the various problems. For example, the real life problem like the traveling salesman problem and the manufacturing process optimization, power system, stabilizer, engineering optimization. There's a many people we can implement for that. And we try different optimization technique and try to get the best algorithm for that. And in this paper, we found that the discrete search algorithm is the best algorithm for all and optimize the solution to incoming dispatch traveling salesman problem. For the future research, there's a lots of work which can be done in this algorithm as they can be more configurable and design a new algorithm to need which truly intelligent, and it must be less complex also, it can be all solved. That's the main conclusion of that, and they have references of that. Thank you so much, any query for that?
Thank you so much, sir. We are open to questions.
Yes, ma'am, I want to ask a question. So here you have mentioned about the bio-inspired computing. So can you tell how it is more efficient than brain-inspired computing?
Sorry, ma'am, your last word is break it.
How bio-inspired computing is more efficient than brain-inspired computing. So can you explain?
Actually, bio-inspired computing totally inspired with the species actually in nature. We can take any species. Actually, every species has their own features. So we can utilize such kind of the feature of that, and we can implement in our in computing life. So in that part.
So you have done the analysis of all the bio-inspired computing only, not brain-inspired, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll now go for the next paper. Ms. Sangeeta Rani will be presenting it. Paper ID 341, titled as Analysis of Anomaly Detection of Malware Using KNN.
Good morning, everyone. This is Sangeeta. Just give me a second. I'm sharing my screen. So, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible. Would request you to be on your camera.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Yes, ma'am, we can see you. You can go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So, this is Sangeeta, research scholar of Amity University, Manesar. Today, I'm presenting about the analysis of anomaly detection of malware using KNN approach. In this, we will conclude about the abstract, introduction, a review of the previous work, then malware detection techniques and how we can malware detect by using the KNN, challenges to implement ML in malware detection, then conclusion and future directive, and at last, the references will be there. So in this paper, in this paper, I have discussed about the malware detection. Like computer malware development is growing rapidly from last decade, but nowadays that the malware is widely used by the cyber criminals to attack the computer system, and these techniques, malware detection techniques, are most effective when they extract the discriminative features from the malware. There are different static and dynamic tools can be used to set up the analysis environment, but by using the traditional methods to classify malware may have worked in the past, but by using the machine learning algorithm, it may be more effective in future. A comparison of anomaly detection of malware based on machine learning algorithms is presented here, and this paper also explains about the implementation of K nearest neighbors of anomaly detection and discuss the challenges associated with implementing the malware. So in the final section, we will discuss about the future directives regarding developing an effective malware detection system. First of all, we will discuss about the malware. What is the malware? Malware, it includes the different viruses, ransomwares, worms, and spywares that are harmful for a computer system. Different cyber attackers use malware to damage or gain the access to data and system, which typically consist of code development. The malware, it comes with the email, with the anonymous emails, and when the user click on that emails, by mistakenly, there will be a link which can download the malware in our system. Malware types rely on user action to cause, but each type has its own unique method. Emails, we can say the emails are sometimes used to deliver the strings by way of a link or by the executable files. Sometimes social media or instant messages are used instead. It's even possible to hack mobile phones. The critical aspect of organization security is being aware of all vulnerabilities so that effective defenses can be laid down. To spread malware from one system to another system, different spreading methods are generally used, which are presented here. Different authors in different years present the different spreading methods of malware, like the drive-by download. This malware, unintentionally downloading the malware, can happen while surfing the internet. This often happens because malicious code is embedded in legitimate software. Drive-by downloads can occur while users are downloading any software or when they click on the unreliable pop-ups and links. For example, Load PC Banker exploited legitimate Google search result to download the malware. These are the popular ransomware which spread by the drive-by download, that is the CryptoVol and Princess Locker. And how we can prevent from the malware which is coming by the drive-by download. We need to maintain updated software security patches, install uBlock Origin, and remove unnecessary browser logins. And the next spreading methods, that is about the remote desktop protocol. This connecting to another computer using RDP and Internet Protocol. The ransomware is Ramsam or the Dharma and Grand Grab. We can prevent from the remote desktop protocol by applying the passwords that should be strong. The RDP port should not be 3389 by default. RDP should only be enabled when we need it using a VPN. Enabling two-factor authorization is a good idea. And when we talk about the phishing emails, when the malware is spreading by the email, in this case, hackers use phishing emails to spread ransomware the most. Hackers use carefully crafted phishing emails to trick their victims into opening attachments that contain malware or clicking on links to those attachments. Locking, Sadward, and Nemicode are the popular ransomware which spread by the phishing emails. To prevent from this, we need to check the email address of the sender before opening an attachment. Only open attachments from trusted senders. You should avoid opening attachments that require you to enable macros because domain names and display names are easily spoofed. Consult IT department when in doubt. The next method is vulnerability. In computing, a vulnerability is an inbuilt flow that an attacker can take advantage of in order to inject malware into a system. A programming error, design error, or another type of software bug may be a source of the error. Several famous ransomware attacks have been exploited vulnerabilities in Windows 7, like missing data encryption, operating system command injection, buffer overflow, missing authentication are the popular ransomware which are spreading by the vulnerability. For preventing, never allow operating system commands from application layer code. Always keep up with the latest bug report on your system. Authentication vulnerabilities can be addressed simply by tightening and reloading. The next method is the backdoor. These are the backdoors which are used to download another malware payload. A software bug may leave these holes open or the Trojan horse may try to create them. They do not directly affect the system, but they make the system vulnerable to another type of malware by opening an entry point into the system for other type of malware to infiltrate. The popular ransomwares are the double pulsar and cryptojackers. And for prevention, we use an antivirus. We use an antivirus, download with care, and use a firewall, use a password manager, and stay on top of security updates. And when we talk about the removable drives, hard drives and flash drives are the examples of removable drives. Malware is the most often spread via removable drives. Even if the uninfected system has anti-malware software and removable drive could spread the malware. Rubber ducky, USB drive-by, password protection bypass patches are the popular ransomware, and the need to connecting unknown devices to your computer is never a good idea. Or connecting your devices to shared public systems such as photo printing cars, internet cafe computers, and always download the antivirus software that can scan and protect removable drives. So these are the some spreading methods by which the malware can be spread and can hack the system. When we analyze the malware, to analyze the malware samples for extracting the feature which can be used to detect the malware, there are two techniques: static analysis and dynamic analysis. A static analysis is done without executing the file, and dynamic analysis is done by executing the files. Means in case of dynamic analysis, for sure we are going to execute the malware at least once. Static is fast and less time consuming, and it cannot detect new malware and easily bypassed by obfuscation techniques. A static analysis is performed during the compile time of an Android application, and dynamic analysis is done during the runtime of an Android application.
Ma'am would request you to conclude.
Sure, ma'am. And so I think, should I come to the implementation part?
Yes, ma'am.
These are the some reviews of the previous work in which static and dynamic techniques have applied and extracted the static and dynamic features with different percentage of accuracy in case of static and in case of dynamic. This is the review of the previous work. So after the review, we have decided to implement malware detection by using the KNN algorithm. That is the K nearest neighbors. By using the K nearest neighbor, how we can detect the anomalies. First of all, we need to import the libraries and we need to take the data set. For the data set, I have taken the IRIS data set from the GitHub. The operation and the link of the data set is already given here. any number of variables we can select from that data set, but I have selected two variables for the modeling, that is the sepal length and sepal width. These blue dots are presenting the files which can be a malware file or which can be a benign file. Now, out of these files, how many of the malware and how many of the normal files? For detecting these files, whether these are anomalies or whether these are the malware or the benign files, we have applied the KNN algorithm. This is the graph which plot the distances for each of the observations. After convert the feature column into an array, these are the numbers like 14, 15, 18. When we check at the 14, 18, like this, if this is going high, at what point this is going the high? And like this is going high, at what point this is going the high? Here we need to set her threshold value. I have set the threshold value as the 0.15. Now the values, the graph plotting the values greater than the 0.15 are considered as the anomalies. Like this is the 0.15. What are the values where the graph is going high from the 0.15? That is at the point 14, 15, 18, and then 22. And then it comes high at 32, then 33, then it comes high at the 41, and then it goes high at the 59. So at what values greater are the threshold values that are the greater are the 0.15. So this is the feature column which we have extracted, that what values are greater than the threshold values, means at the point 14, 15, 18, the values going higher than the 0.15 are the anomalies. This is the sepal length and sepal width at different values. These are the values same as what we have filtered into an array, that are the 14, 15, 18, 22. These are the values. And at these values, it comes from the database that the sepal length is at 14 is 5.8 and sepal length at the 14 is 4.0. Sepal length at 15 is 5.7 and the sepal width is the 4.4. So these are the values which have been extracted. Now the values greater than the 0.15, like the sepal length 5.8, sepal width 4.0, sepal length 5.8. Approximately it will be here, and that is the 4.0. This is the anomaly. Similarly, 5.7 and 4.4, 5.7 and 4.4. This is the anomaly. Similarly, we have taken all the values here, like the 7.9, 3.8, 7.9 and 3.8. This is the anomaly. So we have taken all the points which have the greater value from the threshold, that is from the 0.15. All the values greater than these are the anomalies. Means the files shown with the red dots are the malware, and the files shown with the blue dots, that are the normal files, we can say the benign files. These are the different challenges to implement machine learning in malware detection. Like training and updating the malware classifier is a crucial component of implementing machine learning. In this domain, machine learning is less successful than other NLP and computer vision domain, which have successfully applied machine learning. Detection of newly mutated malware require frequent retraining of classifiers in this area. So according to the research, thousands of new malware programs are developed every day, and many malware programs change their behavior. So implementing machine learning is little bit complicated and costly. So it is more expensive than other approaches. We must think differently when we apply machine learning for malware detection. Apart from this, machine learning poses a serious challenge to machine-based malware classifiers. So malware developers engage in adversarial machine learning when they aim to get around malware scan. This is the conclusion and the future directive. So it is now necessary to develop a malware classifier that can address these issues. The malware detection system is updated by malware analysis continuously, and detecting new malware is mostly impossible with signature-based technique at the moment. So therefore, it is also possible to detect new malware based on behavior instead of hybrid techniques. So we will develop our own hybrid framework and we will combine two-layer architecture into the hybrid technique. The first level of detection involves signature-based, and if it fails, the second level utilize behavior-based malware analysis. So by using the runtime feature of dynamic analysis, first layer can detect malware and known malware, while the second layer can detect unknown malwares. So the database will also be updated every time a new malware is spotted, so that predictions can be made for future malware, and research on multiple views like petal length, petal width, and it can be done instead of two views to improve the performance further. Because for now I have taken only the sepal length and sepal width, but in future, yes, petal length and petal width and some spices can also be added to improve the performance. So these are some of the references which I have used.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
We are open to questions from the audience or the session chair.
Yes, ma'am, I have the question.
Yes,
ma'am, you have used KNN numbers. How you can say the KNN is better as you have other classification algorithms also?
Yes, a lot of classification algorithms are available, like we can use SPM also, or we can use KNN also. Actually, I'm analyzing, so I'm working on the different algorithms. So after the completion of analysis, then I'll compare the result of every classifier.
Okay. My second question is, you have chosen a threshold of 0.15, right? What procedure have you taken, or how you have chosen the threshold, or just you are choosing it randomly?
Randomly, I have chosen it randomly.
The threshold, there should be some criteria of choosing the threshold.
Yes, I'm still working on that how the threshold can be fixed. Like if the value of k is changing every time. Okay, suppose I have taken the k is equal to 3, or I can take the k is equal to 4. But when the value of k is go higher, but when the value of k is go lower, so in that case threshold also need to change. So I'm still working on this point, that how we can set the threshold value.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I now call Mr. Sanjay Budhala for paper ID 46, titled as Evolution of Modern Deep Image in Painting Method. We can see your screen, sir. Sir, you are muted. Yes, sir. Sir, we still can't hear you. Though you are unmuted, we can see, but there's no voice from your end.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. And is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible, sir. Go ahead with your presentation, sir.
Sorry. Am I audible to you?
Yes, we can hear you, though your voice is breaking a bit.
Okay. So, I guess this is an internet issue.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead with the presentation.
Yeah,
if there is more issue, then I'll let you know.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I am Sanjay Singh. Me and my co-authors have worked on a paper titled Evolution of Model Deep Imaging Painting Methods. We are from Delhi Technological University, and our paper ID is 046. So just imagine someday you find images of your loved ones, like your grandparents, but those images are not in good conditions. Like they have scratches and white portions missing from them.
Or consider another scenario, like you clicked a picture and you wanted to remove an unwanted object from it. So can you think of any way that would fix the problem? So here basically deep image inprinting comes into play. Image inprinting is a technique for repairing damaged images by filling in the missing sections so that the final image is logical and consistent as a whole. Image inventing, as we discussed earlier, has a wide range of applications, including image reconstruction, elimination of unwanted elements, removal of scratches, and production of appealing and aesthetic aspects in the photographs. Now, you can see some examples over here. Like on the left-hand side, we have some certain images with some certain portions missing from them. When we give those images to our models to train, and then when you test them, they fill the missing portions based on the context surrounding them. This is basically a nutshell idea of what deep image inpainting does. So hoping that you all got that what the deep image inpainting does, would like to move further. So this is a basic literature review. So the first effort, like we have reviewed a large number of network and architectures, and we have presented some of you over here. So from where it starts, the first effort was to see if convolutional neural networks could predict the same things as we humans do. So for that, context encoders were proposed. This method worked well, but it couldn't handle high resolution photos or arbitrary masks and produce a rough image as a result. So to overcome this, moving on, a two-stage 3 network design was presented to increase the global and local consistency of the inpainted image. So this approach worked well also, but on the other hand, was incapable of filling larger holes. Like it worked well on smaller holes, like smaller masks, but it was not incapable of filling the larger holes. We have explored various architectures like context-based, CNN-based, GAN-based, and attention-based techniques. So they have, every technique has their own merits and demerits. And demerits of one technique is held by some other technique. So, for example, when the missing areas are smaller in size in the images, context encoders can be used. However, it blurs the resultant image when the missing areas grows larger in size. So it's a demerit of that thing. But CNN-based techniques outperform the other methods when it comes to filling larger gaps. So it is filling the demerit of the previous one of filling the larger holes. However, but CNNs are insufficient when complex structures are there to be painted, and the structures which are unique and not seen before. Then GAN-based approaches perform better on larger holes with higher accuracy and semantically consistent outcomes, but they demand more processing and resources. So these are some of the major crisp of the networks that we have used in our papers, discussed in our papers. There was also a requirement to offer manual help from the models so that the final inpainted output meets the expectations of the user, like a user-directed model. The models must also be capable of filling appropriately larger holes. And in our study, we also found that there are certain models which can fill up to nearly 17% of the mask. Like if you have an image and nearly 70% of that is missing, there is a model which can fill up to those masks also. Now, coming to the conclusion, the research that we have found in those techniques. Like I told you that we can now fill up to 70% of the gaps thanks to the development of certain machine learning image inpainting methods. Now, wanting to think, those approaches are capable of filling larger gaps, but depending on the context, they may not produce adequate results. Like 70% of the section is missing, the remaining may not be able to provide better details about that. So this was the first research gap that we found. So another thing to think about is the uniformity of the inpainted picture, especially at high resolutions. Like at high resolutions, when the image resolution increases, the inpainting technique becomes significantly more difficult as more minute details appear in the image. This was one of the second research gaps that we have found. And more work on ultra high resolution image inpainting is needed to get a consistent and computationally efficient outcomes. And at last, despite the fact that existing image inpainting processes are successful, there is always a room for development. Moving on, these are some of the references that we have used, and thank you. This concludes our presentation. Any questions from anyone?
We're open to questions from the audience or the session chair.
Okay, I guess there are no questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Yeah, thank
you. We move ahead to the next paper titled COVIFit, Mobile Application for Fitness Improvement During Third Wave of COVID-19, and it will be presented by Motin Singh Paramar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, my screen is visible.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, once again, good afternoon. This is Mohit C. My co-authors are Dr. Shailesh Khan and Dr. Atul Patel. My title is COVID-Fit mobile application for fitness improvement during third wave of COVID-19. So this is the outline which I am going to cover in today's presentation. First, I will start with the introduction and motivation. So we all know that during the COVID-19 era, all the sectors have suffered quality losses. So there are so many applications are already available for the fitness and workout purpose, but there are many issues which are related to the performance, to the posture correction, and so many issues. So to overcome that issues, I have made one attempt here to create one application which will be going to use as well use for the home as well as for the real-time gym application by trainer as well as the member who is registering themselves in the gym, as well as they can also refer that application at their home. So then, to support this system, I have also taken one diagram which I am going to share in the next slide. As the front-end tool, I have used the Android Studio. I have developed Android application with the database support of MySQL. I have used the Java language support. Also, I have incorporated some PHP web services. So we all know that keeping a paper record is very difficult for any industry. So through the application, we are also eliminating the use of the papers like payment receipts as well as the feedback and so on. So another issue is that fitness industry that we don't know the best exercise formation. So through this app, the client or the user will be perform the exercise while seeing the videos inside the application, and they can perform the exercise in the correct posture. So these are the literature surveys which I have taken. Okay, so this is the one proposed model figure. You are able to see that COVID with mobile application consists different functionalities. The client will be able to register login as well as the same thing will be trainer, but the functionality will be different for the client as well as the trainer. So the workout chart, diet chart, which will be going to provide with the trainer to the client or user, we can say, as well as the user will be able to give the feedback. So according to feedback, we can improve that particular application. Also, for the real-time gym, they will able to generate the payment receipt also, and they can able to see their profile as well as. So this is the some thing which is depicts the figure 1. For the communication between application and database, I have used the JSON and PHP web service to the data format through the web service responses. This is the use case diagram, which shows basically the use case will show us to the functionality of the system, or we can say application, as well as with the relations among with the actors and the functionalities. So we are able to see that login, registration, generate payment, receipt, assign workout details. So the trainer will having the different functionality same way the client will able to see that things. So here are the some result and discussion. Before that, I would like to show one comparison table. So we have compared our application with the two of the references which we have taken in the nutrimental and fitness tracking advisory application. In the comparison, we are going to offer soon iOS support, as well as they are not providing the feedback reports. We are providing the feedback reports, user reports, as well as workout and diet reports. So these are the result and discussion. Some of the pictures of the applications are here. First, you will able to see the selection screen. In that, the user will be select their self according to their needs. Trainer will be going to choose the trainer, and client or member will be choose the member. Then the login and registration page. Then the trainer dashboard will look like that. The trainer will be able to see users. They can add that up according to the user needs, as well as they can add the workout details with the pictures, with the videos, with the animation, with the GIF also. And even in the future, we are going to relate the application with the real-time gym, so the certified trainer can create a video and they can upload by their video, and the customer or the client will able to see that real certified trainers videos also, right? So the next is a client dashboard. The client will get this functionality. They will able to see the diet as well as the workout like this. We have performed testing strategies and we have used the black box testing to check each of the functionality by the some test cases. These are the some test case outputs are there. And for the future work, we have decided to implement the same app for the iOS version, as well as we are thinking to incorporate some real-time features, like we are going to relate with the AI. So the posture that the client will use that application, they will record themselves and they will able to identify their posture, how many percentage are correct to do perform that they are performing the exercise at their home as well as, right. So these are the some reference which I have used to do this research work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Any
Thank you.
questions from the audience or the session chair? We take it as no question, sir. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
the
so much.
presentation. We'll move ahead to the next paper titled as Evaluating and Optimizing the Performance of Dual Hop LoRa Network Using Genetic Algorithm, and will be presented by Ms. Gagandeep Kaur.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
बराबर है
Just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen right now. Hello, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. And we can see your screen as well.
Okay, ma'am. So, is my PPT visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. So, my topic for my paper is the evaluating and optimizing the performance of dual hop LoRa network using genetic algorithm with the paper ID 445. So, as we all know, we are in an era of Internet of Things where every device that has the monitoring capability is connected over the internet, and it is improving the quality of life of the people. So IoT paradigm have a very certain requirements, that is low power consumption, large coverage area, low cost. So to fulfill all these requirements, LP1 technologies have been emerged, that is the low power wide area network technologies, which has been widely accepted in the IoT industry. So there are various LP1 technologies working in both licensed and unlicensed spectrum. That is Sigfox, LoRa, Ingeno, NB IoT, ECGSM. So the paper is focusing on the LoRa technology, that because it is most engrossed technology due to its open source software support. Moreover, it supports fulfill all the requirements of IoT, that is the long range transmission range, low data rate, low deployment cost, low latency. Plus, it has a it is using a modulation technique, that is the chip-based spectrum technology, which provides the robustness against the interference and multipath shading. But most importantly, it has a wider set of customizable transmission parameters, such as filtering factor, coding rate, bandwidth, transmission path. Those can be adjusted at the device level to maximize the performance of your LoRa network. LoRa maximizes the performance as it divides the whole coverage area into certain overlapping regions, and each region is allocated with a distinct spreading factor. The nearer the device to the gateway, the lesser is the spreading factor. The farther the device, more is the spreading factor. But in spite of this smart resource allocation, the devices which are far from the gateway suffer significant amount of the interference. So we can performance of the network somehow degrades. So cooperative communication can be considered to be the efficient way of the spectrum utilization. So in this paper, we are employing the cooperative communication to enhance the performance of the LoRa network. By cooperative communication, the LoRa devices can send their own data as well as can act as the relay between the other device also. So this is a summarized literature review. The approaches employed by different authors in the by employing the cooperative communication only, and what parameters they have analyzed, like coverage probabilities, packet reception ratio, energy efficiency. In this paper, we are focusing on the coverage probability and the latency, since we are focusing on the mission critical IoT applications like industrial monitoring, healthcare, like healthcare monitoring IoT applications. So the main contribution of this work is the mathematical modeling of the dual hot LoRa network by employing the cooperative communication. And the model is formulated in terms of the receive power and the SSNR, plus the performance is analyzed in terms of coverage probability and latency. Moreover, the optimization is additional to that. Optimization has also been done using the genetic algorithm, and last, the critical comparative analysis is done between the optimized and non-optimized results for both the scenarios, that is the cooperative as well as the non-cooperative scenario. This is the system model for the dual hop LoRa network. What we are considering is the LoRa device. As you can say, the device can transmit its own data as well as relate to the other LoRa device. So gateway is getting the data that is from the device as well as from the relay also. So the receive power is modeled as well as using this estimated receive power at the destination node. We have modeled the total net SNR at the gateway. So now the performance matrices that are being analyzed are the coverage probability. Coverage probability is nothing but it is at any time of instant we can say the selected end device is said to be in coverage or it is not an outage if the transmitted packets or the data is successfully received at the gateway and the SNR of those received packets is greater than the threshold level. So the coverage probability is the complement of your outage probability. This is how the outage probability is being mathematically modeled for both the non-cooperative and the cooperative scenarios. Second is the latency. Latency is the time taken for the successful transmission of the information from source to destination. That includes the processing time, packet transmission time, and the propagation time. Now, propagation time and the processing time are taken to be negligible in LoRa. So the total latency in LoRa is the packet transmission time plus the waiting time. But in the cooperative communication scenarios, as we have the relay device, so we have two queuing relay delays, one due to the source node and second due to the relay node. So this is how by equation 8 you can see we can model the latency in the cooperative communication, where this PA is the probability of the successful transmission as it is mathematically represented by equation number 9. So now work after employing the cooperative communication, second work was to optimize. So objective is to find the best LoRa configuration, that is the transmission parameters at which we get the maximum receive power, restricting our power consumption. To maximize the receive power by subject to these certain transmission parameters of the LoRa. So for that, genetic algorithm has been implemented using the optimization toolbox in the MATLAB. So from there, we got the optimal receive power of 21.594 dBm with the transmission configuration at SF is equal to 7, code rate of 4/8, and the power consumption of 412.5 milliwatt. This is obtained through the genetic algorithm. So now utilizing this receive power, SNR is optimized. This is the optimized receive SNR. So utilizing the optimized SNR value, non-optimized and optimized SNR value, we have evaluated the performance of the LoRa network in terms of coverage probability and latency. And this is what we got utilizing the genetic algorithm. As we can see from the results, both the coverage probability and latency has been improved using in both the scenarios, cooperative and as well as non-cooperative scenarios. And last, this is the comparative analysis. So from here, we can conclude that yes, by employing the cooperative communication, there is an improvement of 22% in coverage probability and 8% in latency. And plus, we can also see the significant improvement in both the scenarios, that is the cooperative and as well as non-cooperative scenario, by employing the genetic algorithm. So these are the references which we have referred. That's all in my presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are open to questions from the audience or the session chair. That will be all from you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the presentations.
Thank you, ma'am.
With this, we now complete all the presentations from section 1. Thank you to all the authors and all the dignitaries. We will join here at 2 p.m. for next session.
We can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Shubhi Sandeep ji has joined. Unmute yourself, Shubhi. Shubhi, unmute yourself if you're saying something.
We'll be starting the session now. This is the third parallel session for the IEEE sponsored ICI-PTM. The session chairs for this session are Dr. Yogesh Kumar from Indus University, Ahmedabad, Dr. Vimal Vibhu, Amity University, Dr. Nimisha Patel from Indus University, and Dr. Sandeep Verma from IIT Kharagpur. We'll be taking our first paper in a while. Do we have anyone for paper ID 72? And for paper ID 81? And for 82?
I think we should wait for 2 minutes. Let the other participants join.
So we'll move ahead to paper ID 83, titled A Review on Virtualization and Cloud Security, and it will be presented by Mr. Rahul Rastogi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So can we have you on screen?
Yeah, just showing. Just one second. Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible, ma'am?
So we are not able to hear you.
Yes.
Okay, just I'm sharing my presentation. Just one second. 1 second.
Though you are unmuted, but still are not able to hear you.
Okay. Is it, clearly audible to me? Can you hear me, please?
You are audible, Rahul. Please
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm just sharing my screen. Is it visible, ma'am?
You can go ahead with the slide, sir.
Yes, sir, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you. A very good afternoon to all. I'm Dr. Rahul Rastogi, Associate Professor at Chandigarh University, Mohali. I'm going to present on my paper, a review on virtualization and cloud security. So before moving on that, I would like to share certain views on the cloud, what the cloud is all about. And why we are using the cloud. Since we are looking, we are just, as far as the computing, as well as the resources concerned, if we are developing certain things, we are doing certain technological things. So we need to install all the softwares in our system. So that's why there are a lot of resources we require, and that costs a lot of more for that, for that kind of thing. So we just move for kind of arrangement in which we can just use the resources from other platforms. So that's why the cloud evolves, and with the help of these clouds models, we use different services for using, like we can use a network as a cloud, we can use a software as a cloud, we can use a platform as a cloud. And while using these services, there may be certain challenges we can face, like the security issues, and like when we are sending our data to the server, it's not, there must be certain surety that the data which we are sharing over there is secure. The data is on the right hand. So my work is just to kind of review on the kind of security issues over the cloud. So there's a term called virtualization that is used in cloud security, cloud environment. Like whatever we are using here, that it seems like that we are using in our system. Like if we are using any software over the network, it seems that we are using the software in my own system. So we have several sort of virtualization over there. That provides us the virtual environment as to do our own things in the context of server, in the context of software, in the context of what do you say, the network and all. So operating system virtualization is the use of software to allow a piece of hardware to run multiple operating systems at the same time. The technology got to start on mainframe decades ago, allow administrators to avoid wasting expenses processing power. And there are three areas of IT where virtualization is making headroads: network virtualization, storage virtualization, and server virtualization. As we all know that network virtualization means they provide us a virtual network, all the things which we are doing our own if in physical network, that is being provided by the service provider. Same for the storage virtualization, we are talking about the storage. There is an important issue regarding storage that if you store all the data in our own environment, so it costs more. So they provide us virtualized storage spaces. We can store our data on different servers over there. They have provided us, and many of the things are associated with them, like security issues and all. So that we can use that storage virtualization sort of thing. And
Your slide isn't moving.
No, I'm not moving. I'm just explaining the slide now. In the context of server virtualization, as one of my software is running in my own server. If the server crashes, there may be certain problem like attacks on the server. So we need to secure our server by our own ways. And in the context of server virtualization means we are just getting these servers from hosts, different service providers. So we are free to make them secure. So server virtualization is also one of the part of this cloud services. So as I told you, in a method of combining the available resources in the network by splitting up the available bandwidth into channels, each of which is independent from the others, and each of which can be reassigned to a particular server and device in real time. That is a network virtualization. Storage virtualization in the pooling of physical storage of a multiple network storage device into what appears to be a single storage device that is managed from a central. So, storage virtualization is commonly used in storage area networks. Server virtualization, as I told you, can use and masking of server resources from the server users. The intention is to spare the user from having to understand and manage complicated details of the server resources. While increasing the sources sharing and utilization, maintaining the capacity to spend later. Like if we are using our own server, as technology is growing day by day, so we need to upgrade our own server that we can that we should not maintain if we are using server virtualization part. So why virtualization is hot right now? Hardware is underutilized. Whatever hardware we are using in our own server, that is not properly utilized. And as you know, if you are working on if you are doing on an organization level system, like for my university, day by day the students are going on increasing. The data is being increasing day by day. So after a particular moment of time, data may be out of space. So data centers run out of space. That's why we need virtualization. As well as energy costs go through the roof. Energy cost is also one of the important factor.
Excuse me, Dr. Rahul.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So you're actually the only thing I want. Sorry to interrupt, but I want to know if there's a time limit, right?
Right, sir.
So please follow that. And because you are still to scroll up through the slides, and we are still into the introduction. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have three types of virtualization: operating system virtualization, hardware emulation, full virtualization, and para virtualization. And what operating system virtualization is multiple versions of same app running at the same time. Split the IO devices into the container. Different web servers are managed by the operating system virtualization. And hardware virtualization, guest operating system has all the hardware. When we are just get this facility, we got all the hardware facility from that hardware virtualization boot camp. Para virtualization is the main operating system control the access of all guests of the hardware. Main operating system controls all the needs for the guest operating system. Guest operating system knows that it is virtualized. So these are different technologies which use virtualization technology. Here I used hypervisor. So it's come to that point, hypervisor. Hypervisor is a kind of virtual machine, operating system level virtual machine, which is being, which provides services to all the, user of that particular cloud. So paravirtualization for performance again. Intercept and marshal privilege instructions issued by the guest machine. Example is Zen and yes,
excuse me. Are you scrolling through your slides, because we can only see the title slide?
So I'm just resharing again. It might be some problem with this.
Because we cannot see. We are only on the first slide.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, just sharing again. So can you see, sir? Is it scrolling again?
Yes, now we can see it. Take care of your timings, yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir. So why hypervisor? Improve utilization, improved manageability, improved reliability, improved workload isolation, consolidation, and migration. I'm not going to detail on that. These are certain points why we need hypervisor in our virtual cloud machine. So out of the performance, today hypervisor costs around 4 to 8% of CPU time. That's improved hardware support by AMD and Intel will lessen this impact. Predictive fault tolerance improves efficiency, non-stop computing through preemptive measures, significant reduction of checkpoint frequency, Zell-like cat mount effort by Sandia/UNM to use cat mount as a HPC hypervisor. Virtual machines, the basic terminology, I'm not explaining that. Virtual machines are a kind of machines which are a kind of software which provides you the environment which actually machine provides to us. So we have already discussed full virtualization, para-virtualization, and emulation. And hardware support is being done by Intel, VT, and AMD way.
Sir, would request you to conclude.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Okay, so this was one moment. We have, okay. So if you're talking in the clouds, just one moment, ma'am. Cloud security, we are talking about, let's come to the point of the cloud security. So organization and operation.
The slide is stuck. Your slide is stuck on storage virtualization.
First, okay, just a second. I'm resharing that. It may be certain network issues, sir.
Yes, now it's scrolling.
Okay, sir.
Go to the slide which you want to discuss here.
Yeah. So I'm talking about the cloud security. As you know, there are three services over this cloud: software as a services, platform as a services, infrastructure as a services. So at every level, we need to have certain security issues. If we are using any of the services from the clouds, we need to secure our data. So what we are doing that there may be a lot of issues over the in the security of the cloud. So yeah. So organization and operational security is there, data integrity security is there, threat invasion is there, safe access and the privacy. These are the certain security issues over there over the cloud. So for that, we need to have a decision-making process, identify the assist for the cloud deployment, evaluate the assist requirement for the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability, map the assist of the potential cloud deployment models, evaluate potential cloud services model and provider, sketch the potential data flow. So there are certain things which we need to decide which kind of particular services we are taking and which particular cloud security we have to imply on that. So data security is the main issue. In the most cases, data protection entails three factors: confidentiality, availability, and the integrity are the three pillars of our company or any company. Network security is the main issue, involves the security of the network from attacks such as spoofing, sniffing, man-in-the-middle attack, and denial of services attack. Virtualization security involves the security of the network from the attack such as spoofing, sniffing, and audit and compliances. The problem of the verification of the authorization, authentication records, and also to check compliances with the predefined standard policy. So there are several different security issues which we have to do so that we can secure our cloud services. Finally, we have a conclusion. So to decrease and eliminate the IT costs and to maximize the use of cloud resources, we examine various virtualization approaches, type of virtualization, hypervisor technology, and challenges in the cloud computing system as well. So, as a cloud security. Furthermore, our virtualization technology have acquired widespread accessibility with client consider flexible resource management and security issues before entering into the cloud. So we need to do certain sort of development technology like frameworks and approaches in future so that we can preserve our resource elasticity and provides high security and high data availability, allowing cloud services performance to soar to new heights. That is my conclusion of this paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are open to questions from the session chair and the audience.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Rastogi. The question for you is that you have analyzed and reviewed the profile of security issues, and I would like to know that in network virtualization, you know that there are many planes like control and data planes. Then how you can audit the performance of security protocols related to control plane?
So this is a kind of survey I have done, like what kind of challenges we can face when we are talking about the network virtualization. Yeah. Since we are kind of, as I think, like network virtualization, what we are providing there, like there are several protocols which we can use in network flow and like AODV protocol. If we are talking about DES protocol, there are several protocols which works on that. So we need to secure them because of when we are requesting any resource over the network. So there may be certain things which there may be certain problems in which my data may be insecure. So that's what we need to secure the network virtualization over there. So I just a kind of review I done what kind of problem they may have.
Yeah, I would also like to know that as the service of cloud is multi-tenant system, then how the client or customer gets the service parameter as per SLA. Is there any issue or any example of that issue that the service provider is not providing services as per SLA, and then what is the solution behind this?
So, as far as in the cloud services, like if I'm using any service over the cloud, is my opinion is, so the primary concern is the confidentiality, like how can I trust on that service provider? They have to, there may be certain sort of security the service provider must ensure us or kind of agreement sort of that whatever data I'm sending over there is actually not leaked by them. So
one thing, there is service level agreement signed by both party, client and service provider, but service provider is not optimizing its services to the client at per level. Then is there any regulatory?
So in the IT Act, there may be certain regulatory, because if anyone
IT Act is not available in every country, therefore how this can be preserved?
So that may be certain issue. If we are using any services overseas, then it might be the issue. But there may be certain regulatory act overseas also in India. If you are using any services and any mishappening is being done, so because the service provider is being registered, if we are any cloud services we are using in India, that should be under the Indian Act. It must come under the Indian Act. Like various services are not being used, we cannot use here in India or of any overseas services. So there may be certain regulatory act. There might be there. Hoga, I don't know, sir. Is there any regulatory act for that?
For example, I can say that is not a cloud service, but social service, social media like Twitter. That is not opting the Indian Act and ruling.
Right.
Therefore, such type of problem may be associated with this type of service.
Yeah,
the cloud service. Thank
you. Exactly. Thank you so much, sir. Any other questions, sir?
Yes, Dr. Stogi, I have some suggestions basically. Yes, whenever we are to present a paper, then we have we are much aware of the timings. First of all, right? We should stick to that. And second thing is we should be more concise in what we have, in what way we have contributed in our paper. So it should not be more of the introductory part which has been there in your paper, your slides. It should be more focusing on what you have done in the paper, or something, some research gap were there. So you included the studies, some new technology. Like, it should be properly visible through your slides. So what I could see, there were a lot of content, very much content, like 31 slides for this five minutes presentation. So this is something we should be working on. Otherwise, the content was good. But yes, this thing this could have been presented in a much better way, in a more concise manner. Even in the conclusion, you can see the conclusion is flooded with the content. So this thing you can take care of it.
Sure. Actually, okay, I'll take care of this, sir. Thank you so much for suggestion, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sirs. We'll move ahead to the next paper, ID 85, titled as MediSure, a medical chatbot. It will be presented by Mr. Mohit Mittal. Mr. Mittal, can we have you on screen, please?
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Yeah. Kindly let me know if I am audible and visible to you.
Audible, and we'll request you to be on your camera also.
Yes,
we can see you now.
Am I visible? Okay.
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mohit, and I am a student in Chandigarh University. So we wrote a research paper on a medical chatbot.
Mr. Mittal, we cannot see your screen.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Just a second.
I will request all the authors to be concise in their presentations.
Ma'am, kindly let me know when my screen is visible.
Yes, we can see your screen, so you can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So we wrote a research paper on a medical chatbot, and the project we did is we named the project is MediSure. It is a medical chatbot. There are 3 more members along with me. One is Ritvik Goel, Dilpreet Kaur Arora, and Videsh Kumar. So moving to the next slide, what we're gonna see in this presentation is introduction to the project and the research paper, motivation, proposed model, result, and future scope. So let's talk about what is medical chatbot. A medical chatbot is based on artificial intelligence technology, which helps user in order to find the disease they are suffering from. Also, it aims to provide a diagnosis report of the disease before going to the doctor, so that they should know the disease that they are suffering from. It suggests the medicines related to the particular disease. Also, it provides some links to the user in which doctors come online for regular checkups. Addition to that, we added a save chat button, or we can say download chat button in our project, so that user can download or save the chat in their system, and it will be used in future as well. Also, as it is a medical chatbot, some people hesitate to talk to doctor in person, but as it is a machine, so it will encourage people to know about their health and provides the diagnosis it has done based on the list of symptoms provided by the user. Also, it is easy to manage and cost efficient and time saving. Moving further, we can see that what our medical chatbot can do. It can prevent 5 types of disease: fever, cold, diabetes, depression, and asthma. Moving further, the motivation we get, like in 21st century, we all know that it is the century of hustle and fast paced life, where people are literally hardly taking time for themselves. They cannot go to the regular checkups to the doctor. So it is very important to keep check on their health on the weekly or monthly basis, to avoid potentially life threatening conditions or disease at early stage, so that we can cure the disease at early stage. Otherwise, it is very hard for us to handle the situation when it goes further. Also, regular checkups reduce risk of getting sick and increase chance of proper treatment. Most of the time, they ignore their mild symptoms, and which can further become life-threatening. Moving with that, let's talk about proposed model. As you can see, when a user wants to chat with the chatbot, medical chatbot, firstly he have to register. Or firstly he have to register. Then after registration, their name and their all the confidential details will be stored in a database. After that, he has to log in, and after the login, he will redirect to the chatbot where he can chat and ask questions to the chatbot, and after that he can save his chat. All these things that I talked about right now. And there are some results of our project, like in the very left hand side you can see the registration page of our project. And after the registration will complete, you can see the names in the bottom screenshot. It is showing the database of our project. Also after registration, the user will redirect to the login page, and on the login page he has to put his username and password. And after that he will redirect to the chatbot where the name and all the details of the patient will be displayed. As you can see in this screenshot, this is the main screenshot of our chatbot, in which the user can ask about their symptoms he is facing, and it will suggest medicines and some links for where doctor comes online for regular checkups. Also it is the image you can see doctor consultation. When we click on this image, there will be a help window that is on the right hand side. You can see it will say that you can ask me anything about it. Also the screenshot behind those two screenshots is the screenshot of the chat with the username, age, and user information with last saved date and time. Going with that, let's talk about future scope. We can bring doctors and medical professionals to this platform, to whom users can consult according to the disease diagnosis by the chatbot. Also, to reduce the difficulty, we can to reduce the difficulty of sending text messages to a chatbot, we can add voice assistant in the system, which will make it easier to use. And also we can implement the system into Android or iOS so that the user can use the system more conveniently. So if you have any queries, you can ask me.
Before we are open to the questions for this presentation, I would like to introduce our Dean Management and Director Training and Placements, Brigadier H.S. Dhani, sir. Sir, please can we have some words from you?
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Right. Okay. It's very interesting. First of all, my compliments to all the participants and the host.
Thank you so much, sir.
And the whole concept of the conference which we are conducting here. It's a wonderful concept, and the quality of papers that are being presented are hugely of very high quality. I must say that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Especially Mohit, I was listening to you. My compliments to you for putting up that kind of thing.
Thank you so much, sir.
Engineering technology has always led the evolution of the civilization. Right now, we are in industry 4.0, and shortly, maybe there will be industry 5 very shortly. With the AI having embedded itself in all the domains and all the sectors of industry, be it your manufacturing, be it your retail, or be it your logistics supply chain. In every domain, you have the artificial intelligence and many other IoT and other things, which have embedded themselves. And in this age of machine learning, we have to learn about the machines. And the way the other papers are being presented, the purpose of these papers, that's the aim of this conference, that we identify what are the problems being faced by the industry, and we provide innovative solutions. We provide innovative methods of going about and adding quality to the services that we're providing to the all the sectors of engineering and other domains which are forming part of the human life as of today. There's been a huge response from all over the world for this conference, and my special compliments to Dr. Naina, Dr. Prateek, and Dr. Vikram, and the host of the day, who has been actually working very, very hard for this conference. And they're the people who put the whole thing together. And this is something we really appreciate. And as we see that every year, the quality of the papers keeps on improving. And the number of participants keeps on increasing, which is a very heartening sign. Other day we were discussing as to the industry leaders were there, and we were discussing as to there's a mismatch. There's so many graduates passing out, but there so many people found fit for being absorbed in the industry. We were trying to discuss that gap as to why that gap and what is that gap and how can a student fill up the gap. I think what we are doing today and what this conference is doing is filling up that gap. That the knowledge level which is being wherein the faculty is also participating and contributing, and the students are also participating, contributing to the papers. We are virtually raising the level of the class wherever, as a faculty, if you added some value to your learning, naturally it will get passed on to all the students also, and obviously the learning gets better, and that the employability factor keeps on improving as we keep on spending time and participating in research activities or these kind of paper presentations and these kind of conferences. Once again, my compliments to the organizers and my compliments to all the participants for presenting such high quality papers. And I'm sure you will go back a much more learned person after having spent time in this forum. I wish you the very best to this conference, and may the better and better qualities of paper keep coming. Wishing the best of luck to each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll now be opening to questions for Mr. Mohit Mittal, sir.
Thank you, Mohit. Your presentation is nice, but the question is very straightforward. That in whole presentation, according to your first introduction or purpose, you have shown that there is artificial intelligence and deep learning implied to develop the application Medisure, but in your sequence diagram, like your proposed system doesn't hold any things related to AI and deep learning, that you are registering the user and then finally login interface and finally storing the data. Is this deep learning or artificial intelligence or something like I am sitting here in the laptop camera and then laptop should determine that I am well or I am diabetic or I am in blood pressure high or anything else? I would like to know from your side.
Mr. Mittal, you have to unmute yourself first.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I am saying that in our chatbot, the deep learning, the concept of deep learning is used in the main chatbot window when we talk to the chatbot, like what kind of symptoms we are facing and what kind of disease we are facing. The chatbot will reply to us. The concept of deep learning is used there.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mittal, you can go ahead with your answer, or are you done?
I am done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sirs.
Yes, I do have a question from Mohit.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, sure.
Mohit, share your presentation. Come to your presentation.
Which slide, sir?
Okay. Mohit, first of all, there are some suggestions.
Sorry, sir.
He was telling about some suggestions.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yes,
so
sir.
when we are proposing something, we need to discuss the research gaps, like this was not being done before this, and this is the addition, or this is our prime contribution to the work we are presenting or to the project work that we are presenting, right? So this is the first point. Go back to your initial slides. Yes. Okay. See, now, Mohit, take care of few points. First thing is literature survey. Okay. A literature table, if we include a kind of literature table to discuss the research gaps, that there were some papers or there were some projects, because if I could see there are various, the same, this chat bot is there, Medi chat box is already available. Many people have worked on it and it is usually addressed. So when it is already available, what is the addition? What is that particular novel contribution or something addition that you are doing in your project? That should be highlighted. Second thing, the research gaps, talking about the existing papers, research papers, which are there from the recent years, those should be highlighted that, okay, this is the paper that we have gone through and this is where they were lagging behind. And then you are presenting your work, then the simulation software that you have used, okay, and the data set that you have used, if it is, and then the clear description, like what actually is being achieved through your presentation. Okay, it's fine. The presentation is good. The thing is, these points are missing out because this is something you are presenting by considering nothing available surrounding you. Did you get my point? So that should not be there. We should stick to the base which is available, which is existing. And on the top of that, then you should present yourself, okay, this was not there, and we are presenting this thing to add up to this thing.
Yes, sir. Right, sir. Okay. I'll take care of it, sir, in future conferences.
Contribution. Right? So, one more thing. Try to highlight some drawbacks also. What are the drawbacks for your project? Can you share some?
Yes, sir. The main drawback is in our project is that it is 65%. It has 65% accuracy because, sir, there are some symptoms.
Where you are showing 65%?
Sir, I have not shown in the PPT.
See, that is one of the primary element which is missing out.
Yes, sir. Right, sir. I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Next point.
Because, sir, there are some symptoms that are common in many diseases like headache. If someone has a minor headache, he will ask to the chatbot that I have headaches. Chatbot will say that you might have fever. So that's the drawback.
Okay, so that means miscommunication in the interpretation of a disease, right?
Yes, sir. And it's because of that, sir, we use limited database. If we use high database, then it won't be the limitation.
Last slide, which is result slide. Go to that slide.
Yes. Yes, sir. Just a second. Yes, sir.
This one. Okay. And before this, just before this. Okay. See, the proposed model is discussed. Everything is being shown, but there should be a flow chart for presenting, showing the steps that you have followed for this particular project work. Are you getting my point? When you will be talking about a flow chart, the reader who is going through your slides will be understanding each those steps, like how you have implemented this particular project, on what grounds you have implemented it. Just showing the results will not work. But if you will add this thing, it will really help for the user, for the reader's part also, and for your own clarity also. Okay.
Sir, I have added a chart in it. This shows the working.
Then we talk about the data set that you have used, the simulation software that you have used. Have you discussed the detail about it?
No, sir.
That's where the thing is, right? We should, yes, sir, when we are going through slides, we should be knowing this, like what actually you have used to implement this proposed model, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Right.
Okay. Otherwise, everything confident was very good. But the thing is, if these things will be incorporated, it will be really good work. Okay.
Okay, sir. I'll take care of it.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more question to
yes,
Mohit.
Yes, sir. Please.
Here in this sequence diagram, the object chatbot. Ask question, who will reply? Chatbot reply or doctors will reply?
Sir, chatbot will reply.
Then how you model the artificial intelligence algorithm here under your chatbot?
Sir, actually we trained our chatbot to reply. We added the database with the chatbot and trained the chatbot if someone is asking a question.
I know, but the question is that how you trained your chatbot?
Sorry, sir, I am not getting your question.
You have mentioned deep learning. Then
yes, sir.
How deep learning works here?
Okay, how deep learning works?
Sir, in this particular context.
Yes, sir. Sir, we used some Python libraries like Transflow, Keras, and
I'm not asking Python or programming code. I am just asking your pseudo means your algo, design of algo that you have designed in such a fashion and that works appropriately and providing 65% accuracy as you have spoken of.
Sir, we used algo SGD, which is the part of Keras.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, may I stop sharing, ma'am?
Yes. Before we move to the next paper presentation, I would like to invite our VP Personnel, Mr. Anu Chaudhary, sir, to speak few words. Chaudhary, sir, can we have you on screen, please?
Thank you, Subi. I think it's amazing. I was just listening the paper's presentation, and I think that's excellent work. The type of efforts have been put in. I think that total papers 482. I think that's a last year comparison. It is double, if I should say. And the registered and being presented 143 papers. Total 6 sessions are going on. It is something very amazing. It's a successful event, and the kind of efforts being put in by Dr. Naina, Dr. Pratik, Mr. Bikram, Ms. Subhi, Ms. Suman, and many others who have put in efforts for these successful events. It's just something very amazing, and I must congratulate all of you for your very successful work, very hard work, and very recognized work. It's a kind of recognition that you all have done very good job. Say self-confidence is always there. I find that it is always self-confidence, and that is the reason the success is coming all the time. Many congratulations on organizing such an ambitious and successful event. Great efforts, and many more appreciation, I should say, because this is something which is amazing. Start working from last 6 months, continuous. I have seen, because I have been seeing from the very close eye that the kind of work you all have been put in, the kind of efforts you are making, and the way you have been organizing this 6 sessions are going on together. It is something this time I'm really finding that every time it is increasing in a double scale. So my heartiest congratulations, my very good wishes, especially to those who are really presenting the papers, the researcher who have done the research work on very important subjects. And the topic which I have been seeing, I was just going through the topics of all 6 sessions. All are very important and very pertinent to the present scenario. I have seen many papers are related to COVID and the health issues. So these are some of the things are saying that how the people are so alert and agile that they are thinking about the future scenario situation, seeing the present context. It's a very important research work. And my best wishes to all the researchers who have made the presentation and have given a lot of inputs. For it's something inputs that to think about not today only, but in future also how to utilize this. So with these words, I again thank you all, wish you all the best, and my heartiest congratulations to all of you for doing an excellent and magnificent job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such kind words. We'll move ahead to the next paper, ID 92, Stockify, a Stock Predictor, and to be presented by Mr. Prateek Bhatt.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Just give me a second, I'll share the screen.
Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, so our project is Stockify, Stock Predictor. So as the name suggests, it basically predicts the stocks. Now I know that there are a lot of stock predictors out there, and we know that stock market is a huge market with a lot of data and a lot of predictions going around and a lot of changes every second. Even at the moment that we're speaking, the trends are changing continuously. Some companies are going down, some companies they are going up. People are losing their money, people are earning a huge amount of profits. So it gets really necessary for us to be able to predict the trends in the stock market. Now I myself started to wonder what stock market is like, and I wanted to invest. So I thought I should look up onto some stock predictors out there or how stock works. So when I was looking at that, one thing got me, and that is, though there are a lot of stock predictors, there are very less platforms where you can basically create a kind of a portfolio and predict stocks at the same time, which uses sentiment analysis to maybe look at Twitter tweets and predict the stocks using those sentiments, using the data which is present out there. To combine all of them, it's very rare. It's almost nowhere. So what I thought of, and with my team, we thought of making a stock predictor, which basically puts up a portfolio for you, which takes data from, let's say, Google BigQuery, and it also takes sentiments from Twitter, and it basically combines both of those things using deep learning and machine learning algorithms, and presents you with a web app which basically contains your whole portfolio, which contains where you are putting your stocks, like when you are buying and selling them. It also tells you the latest news related to the stock market and uh, mm, the trends related to that. Now, I know that there are a lot of stock predictors out there, and it's nothing new to create a stock predictor. But when I was researching about it, I looked up to the algorithms that are majorly used. So what I came up to was that most of the people that make stock predictors, most of the stock predictors that are out there, they basically use ANNs, artificial neural networks, which has a lot of limitations and which kind of makes your predictions less reliable, as they are the relationship between stocks and cost, that basically is uh, not holding much of relationship. So what we came up with, we after doing a lot of research, we thought that we should create a stock predictor which uses RNNs and LSTM in particular about it. So it uses LSTM uh, and Twitter sentiment analysis using NLP to create a stock predictor which provides you with much better results and puts your portfolio at one place. Small, we created a small, you can say, prototype which uses Apple and Google stocks, which tests the limitations and the capabilities of LSTM. And what I found is that uh, the prediction is much accurate than the other ANN models. So we created a prototype. The screenshots I'm going to show you in a while. The research objectives are very simple. We thought of using Python libraries, Python GUI libraries, Tableau to basically visualize the stocks, and use LSTM NLP to analyze the tweets and sentiments of the people, and we'll filter it, we'll put it in a UI, and we'll make a web app. So we made a small prototype, and it showed that the trends, the, the, these trends, they show much more accuracy than the other ones. Probably it's around 10 to 20% more uh, accurate than the other normal ANNs. So we used Apple's and Google's data set, which we found out on internet, on Kaggle and on BigQuery. So the trends came up pretty nice. We thought about its future scopes as well. So the future scopes can include a module which is like currently, which is only for the crypto module. We can also add like cryptos work in it, and yeah, that would be a project. So yeah, thank you so much. We did a lot of researches from about stock, LSTM development, and how to put them all together from like various resources. These are the reference to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are open to questions from the audience or the session chair.
Okay. Pratik? Mr. Pratik?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Can I go through slides again? Like, just.
Excuse me, sir. I cannot hear you properly. Can you repeat?
Can you share your slides?
Yes, sir. Sure. So which one? Okay. Starting?
Right. So go to the references.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So basically, Pratik, the thing is, presentation should include a bit of the references from the existing research papers. Try to include those because there will be studies available. So it will be better if you make them like if validate them with the available research papers, or you cite them those papers in your presentation. Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir. So I put these references are from current research papers that are already available.
Well, that's not the way to write the research paper references. You should go look into the research papers, so you will get that idea, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead to the next paper, ID 93, Social Media Post Caption Generator. It will be presented by Mr. Anand Singh.
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, yes.
We can hear you as well.
Sorry, I can't hear. So, am I audible and visible?
You're audible and you are visible. Please share your screen.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anand Singh, and the title of my paper is Social Media Post Caption Generator. So, these are the contents. First, I will talk you about the introduction part, then methodology that I used, then model which I proposed, then the flowchart of the model. Then I would showing you the results of my model, and then I will talk about my findings and then conclusion. So let's talk about the problem statement. So most of the Gen Z users, or even most of the users, often find difficulty in finding the right caption for their post. So to solve this problem, I come up with a solution, which is to use a deep learning model which would analyze the image and would generate a captions from it. But generating a caption is not a unique idea. These things have already been done, and we have pretty standard models and popular standard models like Flickr 8K or MS Coco dataset, or even Flickr 30K dataset. So, but the catch is social media posts are not always a simple descriptions of the images. They contain some sarcasm, or they have some humor to it, and sometimes the captions are not even related to the image. So, and we don't have any standard data set yet. So my methodology was to first create a data set. First I would be scraping. First I thought to scrape a data from various Instagram profile, but Instagram scraping from Instagram is illegal. But luckily, after doing a lot of web searches, luckily I founded a data set on Kaggle, which was not a standard data set, but fair enough to work on. So after I performed data cleaning process, I put a character limit of I removed those captions which contain characters greater than 80 due to the computational limitations. So after the cleaning all those cleanup processes, I was left with 12,693 rows and 2 columns. You can see in the image before cleaning and after cleaning. And after that, let's talk about the model. So my model consisted of mainly 3 parts, which one was a feature extractor, second was sequence processor, and both of them later merged into a decoder that would later generate an output. So feature extractor was used to extract the features from the images, and then sequence processor was used to actually to tokenize the data, the captions data I did it at a character level, because their captions contains many special characters, like we have emojis and hashtags. So to preserve their importance, I thought to use them at a character level, and then it was passed to an embedding layer uh, to words which have similar meanings. They are represented in the form of matrix, which is an embedding layer, and then it was later passed to the LSTM layer. And decoder was then used to merge both the sequence processor and the feature extractor to make the final prediction. I used VGG16 model. VGG19 could also be used, but yeah, VGG16 is easier to compute. But I removed the last layer, which was a classification layer, so that I could get the extracted features, and it was then used as input in a RN decoder to generate captions. So here is the model summary. Let me make this easier. The flow chart. So on my left hand side, you can see it is a sequence processor. Input layer, we have then passing to the embedding layer, then dropout layer to avoid overfitting. Then it is passed to LSTM model. Then on my right hand side, we have a feature extractor of the images. Then again dropout layer, then pass to a dense layer. Then after that, both are then merged, concatenated to give the output.
Mr. Singh
So
would
here's the
request you
result.
to conclude.
Okay, here are some of the results. So in the results, I was able to achieve accuracy of 53%. My model was able to even generate a hashtags, but you can see there's some grammatical error of the captions created. So my findings were that was a limitation. So my findings were that so generating a straightforward caption is itself is a complex task, but generating a caption which contains humor is even more challenging. And some of the limitations of my model was a caption generated were grammatically, some of the captions were grammatically incorrect, and mainly it was due to less epoch, due to computational limitation, but also due to a poor quality of dataset, which dataset I did not work on, or I did not prepare from scratch. This was the thing. And tokenization I used at a character level. It was a good idea, but it also brought some limitation, because some of the words predicted were incomplete. So in conclusion, I want to say that for better accuracy, a proper data set should be used, should be prepared from various social media profiles, and which should not contain any caption or any emoji special character. Later on we can add depending after doing a sentiment analysis based on the captions generated, and powerful computational power is also required. And also the application of this model is not only just for predicting the social media post, but also it could be used as in a AI personal assistant that would give more human touch to the AI. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are open to questions from the audience.
I can't hear you actually. I'm not hearing anyone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Open to questions from the session chair or the audience. We'll take it as no questions, Mr. Singh. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move ahead to the next paper titled as Human Pose Estimation, paper ID 94, and will be presented by Mr. Raghavendra Changotra. Mr. Raghavendra. We can see you. Please unmute yourself and share the slides.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, is my slide visible?
Yes, they are visible.
Okay, once again, let me come slideshow.
Concise in their presentations, focusing on their research.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Raghavendra. I'm from Chandigarh University, and today I'm going to present my research paper on human pose estimation. We did this project in my previous semester with 5 members. Basically, in this human pose estimation, what we thought was we will make a web application which we will use a good model to predict a pose of a person. We will basically work on images, the 3D images, 3D mesh grids, and 2D grids. So first of all, what is human pose estimation? Basically, human pose estimation is estimating a body's pose. A pose basically is scraping out a skeleton out of the person from using its key points. Now, what do we mean by the key points? Key points are the visible joints, like the shoulders, the knees. These are the joints, and using that we create a key map or a key point map. And using that, we create a skeleton out of a person. And using this, we do human pose estimation. Now, problem basically, we basically thought of, we used convolutional neural networks for that. And there are actually a lot of models available online, like Blaze Pose, Deep Pose, and there are a lot of good projects which are already good research papers which have introduced very great models with efficient accuracy, being trained on a lot of good data sets like COCO, MPII, human pose estimation data sets. So what we did was, we did a comparative study to understand which model suits better for this Blaze Pose, for human pose estimation. And we thought of using the Blaze Pose using an API from Google called MediaPipe. So basically what we did was we created a web application. Like here you can see what we did was we basically try to work on images, 3D and a video part. Okay, so if you are doing a live video pose estimation, I have implementation and results for that. We also did a pose estimation using a custom upload. You basically upload an image to a website, and it will detect the pose in that image. And if you upload a video, it will also do that. Then what we did was, we had some future scopes for what we can do. Like human pose estimation is just a concept of deep learning, but what we can do in the future for this human pose estimation. So we thought the basic future scopes are actually like ADAS system for like or automated assistant driving, self-driving. Then we have some good applications in AR, VR, and sport analysis. These are what can be done with pose estimation. We thought of like pose estimation future scopes, like there can be crowd control using this. We basically pose estimate multi-person. Like in pose estimation, there are two concepts: single person pose estimation and multi-person. So we can use the multi-person, in which the model will detect multiple poses, and we can basically create a path for crowd control systems. Like this can be one application in the future scope of this. So what we did was we collected images from using webcam and OpenCV library of Python and C++, or basically did a imported a data set like Coco and MPII. We also used a pre-trained model called Blaze Pose from the MediaPipe, which is basically a TF lead TensorFlow-like model, and we generated the key point maps on the detected image and made a bounding box around it. So if you want to see the results, we have a lot of models like PoseNet. One second, my camera glitched out. Yeah. There are basically many models like PoseNet, Blaze. PoseNet is also a deep learning model. It has an TensorFlow API which we can use for PoseNet. So we used it for our web application, and the Blaze Pose we used for our live video pose estimation. So, okay. The output here, you can see the output. This we created as basically a web application using Streamlit. Here you can just browse. You will just upload your video file, and it will run the file, and it will generate the skeleton, which we can see here. It will basically just create the skeleton and detect the pose. And one second. And this is the live video pose estimation. This is also a live website using the TensorFlow JS and the PoseNet module. Here you can see, like, I'm standing right here. This is using my webcam, and it is detecting the pose. And below that, you can see a 3D mesh grid. Now, what is this? This is basically a 3D graph of the key points it has generated. It helps a lot in further aspects like in sports analysis and all that. Conclusion, basically, what we did, what we used our very popular algorithms like PoseNet, MoveNet, and BlazePose. And basically, there is a live video we did a live video implementation using my device's camera. Then there is a lot of future scope like activity recognition, fitness application, yoga apps, and all that. These were some references we used. We used some research papers for this, like Vibe is a very good research paper. Then Key Pose and Open Pose. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions from the session chair or the audience? That will be all from you, sir. Thank you for the presentation.
Sure.
We'll move ahead to the next paper titled A Systematic Review of Machine Learning Algorithms for Fraud App Detection of Google Play Store Apps. Its number is 101, paper ID 101, and it will be presented by Ms. Jyoti Rawat.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Ms. Rawat.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. You can go ahead.
All right. So basically, the title of our paper is A Systematic Review of Machine Learning Algorithm for Fraud App Detection of Google Play Store Apps. I did this research paper in this project basically in my last semester with my other 4 mates in my class. So as we know that there are a lot of apps increasing day by day on Android and the iOS platforms, and with the increasing number of apps is also increasing the security of the apps and the issues that are rising day by day. So as we know that in today's world, it's very easy to misconcept an app as fraud or not. In Play Store also, if we see, like, there are various apps in which the users using the varied boat ranches and the human water arm forces, which are normally used to increase the application downloads and audits. So they increase the downloads and the ratings through this. So it is very difficult today to detect an app as fraud or not.
Middle name.
So yes, so in order to solve this issue of authenticity and to detect and to ensure that the app is genuine and not fake, we have created a model in which we have taken 4 parameters that are app purchases, app contained, and rating and review. And based on these 4 parameters, we have trained a model and which can finally detect the application, the app on the Play Store or an iOS as fraud or not fraud. So firstly, as we can look at the previous models that have already been built, like they have used the sentimental analysis and the fuzzy logic and the evidence aggregations, and based on these parameters, like these algorithms, they have like build this. But in our model, we have basically taken 3 algorithms, that is decision tree, naive Bayes, and logistic regression. And based on these 3 models, we have trained our model, and we have finally picked up the one with the highest accuracy. And finally, we have deployed it on the Flask and created a web user interface for the same. So our basically objective was to train our model based on these 4 parameters, that are app purchases, ad contained, rating, and review score. And based on these experimental analysis on various applications, we can detect the particular application as fraud or not. So in the methodology, the first step was data collection, in which we have collected a data set of around 6,500 apps from Kaggle and various other articles. And then we have done the scraping of the data and the pre-processing and filtration step by removing various missing values and keeping only the columns required. And we have done it through pandas. And then we have done the model training and creation. In this, we have basically taken the 75% of data for training and 25% for testing of the data. And further, we have trained the model based on these 3 algorithms. And after comparing the accuracy of all these 3 models, we have finally picked up the decision tree algorithm because its accuracy was highest. And finally, we have in the 4th step a deployment of the model, in which we have deployed it using Flask. So let me show you further how it basically works using the flowchart. Firstly, we have, like, on our web user interface in the web page, basically we have a search box in which there is a search box in which we put the URL of the app from the Google Play Store or iOS store. And then the scrapping of data happens using the 4 parameters, and further it passes the values to the trained model, and it predicts the particular app as fraud or safe. Now, if we come to the results and outputs, we can see that based on the 4 parameters, when we have trained our model, it is like good to detect as a particular app as fraud or not, because it gives us an accuracy of 85%. And further, this is a chart from how we have trained our various algorithms. So we have basically taken 3 parameters on which we have trained our different algorithms, and these are result of F1, recall, and precisions. And this is the result of all the 3 parameters. So as we can see here, that the accuracy in case of decision tree is 0.85%, which is the highest. So hence, we have taken this model to further go on. Here we can see the like web application, how it actually looks like. So there is a search box, and we place the URL of the particular app from the Google Play Store or iOS Store and put it here, and then it detects and term it as safe to use, or if it is fraud, then it gives a fraud alert. So basically, in this growing era, it is very important that we detect these fraud apps, because it keeps us safe from a lot of security issues. And it is, as we can see, that our model gives an accuracy of 85%, which is really great, and hence it can be effectively used to scale up a fraud app from the Play Store. Further, if we come to the future scope, we can we see to deploy our model on Heroku so that it can be available for everyone to use. And for now, we have taken like 4 parameters just, and further we to increase the accuracy of our model, we can like take more parameters like the developer tags and the last date it was updated on. So this is all for the future scope. These are the references, and that's all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the audience or the session chair?
Yes. So I do have question. Yes, Jyoti, like.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Jyoti, can you tell me the title of your paper?
Yes, sure. So it is this one: a systematic review of machine learning algorithm for fraud app detection of Google Play Store app.
So basically, in title.
So earlier it was basically fraud app detection using decision tree algorithms. But when the paper was sent for to the committee members, so they suggested to rename it. So they suggested the changes.
Okay.
So we changed it accordingly.
Right.
Yes,
Go to the literature review slide.
All right.
Quickly. Yeah. This one.
This is.
So when you are mentioning these papers and the technology being used, try to add one more column with the kind of research gap, like what is something that they have missed out, right? And the other thing is try to put them in a sequence, like it's a 20, then 18, then 21, then 19, 18, 17, like 18. So try either in a increasing or the decreasing order in terms of years.
All right.
Okay, and you can work out more on your slides, presentation slides, content, and presentation of your slides. Otherwise, it was very much focused presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll now move ahead to the next paper, paper ID 181, titled Blink Detection to Control Display Light, and will be presented by Bhagat Reddy.
Hello all.
Sir, you're audible.
Yes.
Hello.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Visible. And
my PPT is visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible.
Sir, hello all. My name is Bhagat Reddy. This project is about
मैंने मैंने यही चेंज किया हुआ था, फिर मैंने सुबह देखा.
This paper is about blink detection to control display light. As it says, we have created a project to mainly focus on two things. One is like people after watching the desired content on the mobiles or devices, they continuously end up on watching useless content. And according to the research, number two, according to the research, people who majorly use computer devices and use are less 60% less frequently blinking than the normal person, causing blur vision and many other computer vision eye vision problems. So to overcome this problem, we introduce our project to. It is a totally new project, sir, and we build a cross-platform application where we can detect the eyes from the front camera and detect whether the eyes of the user are open or not. And if the eyes are detected open, the screen will stay on. But if the eyes are closed, when detected eyes are closed, the screen will automatically turn off. And we have used, and it has many other cases. We have checked up on it, like if we close one eye, if we close his one eye also is openly detected, the screen will stay on. But when the user is not present in front of the screen, or like he is not able to detect by the camera due to lighting conditions, and then the screen will stay on as it is. But when the user is closed, even with one eye closed, no, even with when the user is detected with two eyes closed, the screen will automatically turn off. And it will happen after taking a pause of 2 seconds. 2 seconds after that, it will happen. Due to that, there is no flickering, like due to casual blinks. There is no screen flickering due to the casual blinks. It only happens only if the user after 2 seconds after closing it will the screen will be turned off. We used to detect the eyes using DLib face library. From the 68 points face recognition landmark detection. We have taken the 6 points, total 12 points for both the eyes, and we have calculated eye aspect ratio from the
Dr.
upper
Reddy,
two and lower.
Dr. Reddy,
Yes, sir.
Sorry for the interruption. We will request you to jump to the core part and then conclude as soon as possible, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, the methodology looks like this, sir. Sir, when we keep incrementing the flag when the eyes are open, and we will count the count the total number of flags until the user keeps his eyes open. And if the user is opening his eyes for more than 30 seconds, or like user settings, depend upon the user settings, he will get a notification that he haven't closed till last 20 seconds, and he will get a pop-up message from our application. And this is the screen flickering looks like. If it is a blink is less than 2 seconds, it stays same. But if the blink is greater than 2 seconds, it starts closing. The display will be off like this. And I have explained all this. These are the results, and our GUI application looks like this. If it is a background running, if you can work upon any other application also, it works fine. But when the camera application is on, you cannot work upon this. And it can be implemented in the existing OS also. It is very useful to implement it as an OS than it is an software. But we have created it as work. It is fine working with three Windows operating system and Mac and Linux. We have developed notifications for all the three. It works fine for all. And that's all, my sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
These are my references. Yes, sir. That's it, sir. Fine.
We're open
Thank
to
you,
questions from the audience and the session chair. Okay, thank you so much, sir. We'll move ahead to the next paper, ID 270, to be presented by Ms. Priyanka Khurana, and the title is A Systematic Review of Effect Analysis in Community Lattice.
Yes, ma'am, audible. Can I share my screen first?
I will request all the authors to be concise in the core parts of their research and take note of their time limits.
Ma'am, my screen is visible to you? Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Ma'am, it is visible.
Yes, visible.
Okay. Respected sir and madam, good afternoon to all of you. Today I am going to give my presentation on systematic review of effect analysis in community lattice. So first of all, we know what is social network. Social network is a network of social interactions and personal relationship. It is a dedicated website or other application which users to communicate with each other by posting their information, comments, messages, images, etc. Next term is what is influence maximization. Influence maximization is a problem of finding a small subset of seed nodes in a social network that could maximize the effect of influence. Next is what is social influence. Social influence we can define as change in the activities of an individual to another personal, intentional or unintentional actions or activity that can create an hidden or indirect relationship between two persons. Next is there are few social influence parameter categories. Our social influence parameter categories can be divided into three levels. First one is local, second one is global, and third one is network level. Local level basically concerned with the position and the value of edge in network means how powerfully and strongly.
We can only see your first slide, like title slide.
Okay,
it's not scrolled yet. Are you scrolling through it? Because we can only see the title slide.
So you can now you can see my slide or not?
We can see your slides, but we cannot see it scrolling.
Okay, I'm sharing it once again. I'm sharing once again. Wait. Wait. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible. Okay. We can see it scrolling.
Can I start with the introduction part?
Focus on your research work and skip the introduction part, please.
Okay. Social influence parameter categories can be divided into three levels. First one is local, global, and network level. Local level basically concerned with the position and the value of edge in network means how powerfully and strongly any user pair provide their contribution in the network. Next one is global level. Global level basically concerned with the position of users in the network. And the last one is network level. Network level measure represent the overall composition of the network means it can find out the united effect of all the users and the edge that provides information about the network and structural properties are likely to capture the information. These social influence parameters can be further divided into three parameters, type 1, type 2 and type 3. Type 1 parameter based on their uniform properties of the user and type 2 parameter based on the time dependent user behavior, and the third one is type 3 parameter basically based on the interaction between two users. Next is our literature review. My first paper is effective influence estimation in features. Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Slide is still not scrolling.
Slide is stuck. Share entire screen. Like if you try that option for sharing the entire screen, it will work.
Okay. Can it visible? This is visible. Literature review.
Yeah, but it will again stuck, I guess. Okay, now it's visible.
Okay. Literature review is visible, sir?
Yes.
Now, Okay, my first paper is effective influence estimation in Twitter using temporal, profile, structure, and interaction characteristics. In this,
you can go ahead with you can skip this literature review.
Okay. Through this literature review, there are few research gaps. First one is there is no deep study of different levels of models like local, global, and network level according to their parameter types used in social influence analysis. In this, with the help of this, we can identify K influential nodes, which is NP-hard problem. There is need to develop an efficient algorithm to identify these K optimal nodes. Third research gap is limited techniques have been developed to compute the influence strength between the nodes. And fourth research gap is we can find the direction of spread by the seed nodes. Next one is there are few research issues that come under from this. First research issue is first challenge is that there is variety in community lattice. Second one is time varying community lattice dynamic development. And where the future trends of this research is we can develop an effective technique for Gaussing effect. Next, we conclude my work is that we can study our work. There are various open-ended questions can take place. Are we using right measure to estimate the influence appropriate parameter selection dataset application based programs or not? Do we have common or unique set of parameters and measures used in the influences? So from all these, as a result, the work exposed the various open research gaps in the field of influence analysis. So in future, a crucial and proactive research can be very useful in discovery of efficient and quantifiable social influence methods and models to enable various applications more effective in the field of social network analysis. So here are the references. Thank you.
Priyanka, the thing is, we can only see your fourth number slide now. Actually, you even must have gone through it. But it's okay, but you need not to discuss all of them again. But just scroll through your all slides once more. We want to see the slides here.
Sir, my first slide is that a systematic review of effect analysis in community lattices. Is it visible?
It's fine.
Next is introduction part.
Priyanka, listen to me. What I'm saying, just go through your slides. You don't have to speak it. Just,
okay.
Just show the slides. Just
show the slides. Yes.
There may be there's some problem because we cannot see it. The other slides.
We still can't see your slides, ma'am.
Fourth number slide.
Okay. I share it.
Please put it into a slideshow mode and then try.
Okay. Wait. Is it visible, sir?
Not yet, but slide is visible. It's the fourth number slide, I guess. And
fourth number is literature review. Then fifth number is also literature review, and sixth one is research gaps.
Anyways.
Okay.
But, we couldn't see those slides. Anyways, the only thing is this literature, the survey, coming about if we talk about this systematic review, right? So,
yes.
Priyanka, what is the difference between a normal conventional review and a systematic review? What is the difference between these two, according to you?
Sir, in systematic review, we systemize the review from the latest research. Means research can take place in 2022, then 2021, then 2020, then 19, then onwards. But in normal review, we just review the work. We just only review the PDFs. Yeah, we just normal review that particular part. But in systematic, we systemize the review from the current to moving forward to last.
Priyanka, I would rather suggest you to revisit or understand this definition of systematic review and a conventional review, because the thing you said for the systematic review, this also holds true for the normal conventional review as well. So, but yes, the thing is, when you talk about systematic review, then you're trying to define the primary studies, secondary studies, the whole number of papers, then the count matters, then from which publication source you have taken, that particular things comes into the picture. So systematic, if you go through a particular systematic review paper on any of your topic, then you will, which are already available on a Science Direct or some SCI journal or IEEE journals, then you will have a much better idea about it. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you.
सर मेरे सारे ही पेपर्स IEEE के ही मैंने उन्हीं से ही रिव्यू करके ही लाई हूँ आगे. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can I leave?
Next, we have paper ID 290, a gamified approach for learning the concept of mathematical functions, assessing application efficacy and efficiency, and will be presented by Mr. Chandar Singh.
All right. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Let me just share my screen pretty quick. Give me a hint if it's visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Perfect. All right. So I'm here to present a gamified approach for learning the concept of medical fraction. It's not function, but anyways, assessing application efficacy and efficiency. The paper ID is 290. Then let's just talk about what's the need. So we have seen during these pandemic times that adding technology to the standard curriculum is a must, right? Whereas there is no as standard as such, but before moving on to standardizing the things, we first have to see whether it's viable to include technology in those curriculums or not. So the other thing is that most of the students do not have the understanding of mathematics, right from the start, the basic level, because they are afraid to learn mathematics from the childhood itself. The most recent findings suggest that there is a gap between learning the mathematical concepts uh, and it forms kind of a practical reasoning and approach to not form, but it forms a gap to provide a practical reasoning and approaches to solve mathematical issues. And it was also found that elementary education and primary mathematics are the least explored domains of all from all the subjects. And gamification in the world of teaching has proved to be a popular method amongst learners. Then why elementary educations? Because the concept of fraction is a building block for advanced mathematical calculations. Most of the research has been done in K-12 area, and it was also found that children are not able to concentrate properly with traditional chalk and board methods in these ages, and therefore they find mathematics an interesting subject when they learn it through games. Uh, this is what has already been done. Few researchers, Chow and the fellow researchers, have presented a study of mathematics for grade 5 and 6 students to understand the geometrical concepts. R.C. Chang and the fellow authors have developed mathematics learning mobile application for game-oriented learning for the middle schools. There's been a 2D game by H. Hatono, which is presented as a for again K-12 students. Bruno Cruz developed an application for teaching logical reasoning to learn various arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Uh, and clearly, most of the research concerns with the higher concept of mathematics. Our system designed for gamification or for gamifying the concept of mathematical fraction happened in 3 phases. The very first was the phase pre-production, in which we did a brainstorming of how we can teach or how we can create a game rather for teaching the concept of fraction using this approach. The audios has also been included in the programming so that when a kid click compare, it tells whether the left fraction is greater, smaller, or equal to the right fraction value. And this kind of visual and audio perception of numbers help in better learning for kids. The phase 2 was production, for which we used Unity 3D game engine to develop our gamified version of the concept. And we designed a 2D game in order to keep things simple for those kids. And in the pre-production part, we deal with the errors, we debugged check the compatibility of the developed game under different scenarios. Me and my fellow author worked extensively with the Unity 3D game engine to meet the criteria for development, and a few errors those were found, and the bugs that were found during these post-production scenarios, we have taken care of all those before deploying the game. This is what the main menu user interface look like. We named it Recofy. This is the in-game user interface, where numerator and denominator are the sliders which from which the kid can select the fraction value. This is our playtime view. You can see numerator is 1 and denominator is 2 for the left fraction, so it's 1 by 2 represented by those box with the fill value and total number of box count. And the right hand side is numerator 1 and denominator 3, and when he click compare, it will correspondingly tell whether the left fraction is bigger or smaller or equal to the right fraction. And if we slide on the apart or together thing, so it kind of create an animation where you can just put one rectangle onto the other and see the difference in real time. So after that,
would
we
request you
conducted
to
a
conclude.
yeah. I'm just concluding. So we did a pre-post test. What I can say example. We did a pre-post test where we find out that the pre-results and the post results were differing by a twofold values. And these were the teachers' feedback in order to check the efficacy of the game, where most of them rated it highly adaptable or very highly adaptable. So the future goals include developing and deploying the levels to learn and assess different concepts like negative fraction, fractions as operators, and fraction arithmetic will be the focus of our future work. These are some references I have gone through. Very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Any questions from the audience or the session chair? So we'll move ahead to the next paper ID. Paper ID 180. It will be presented by Mr. Viplav Bansal, and the title is Vulnerability Exploiter for Web Applications.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Viplav, and I'm here to present our paper titled Web Application Vulnerability Exploiter. So, the basic idea of our project is to develop an CLI-based application which can perform scanning of major vulnerabilities in the web application. So, like if I were to quickly go through our project, first, this is a basic security assessment stages, which are like standard across all over the world. So, if the importance of our project can be realized on step number 4, basically, wherein uh, any security team needs to conduct scanning of their web application and stuff. The capabilities of our project are like there are around 10 different parameters on which our project can act and identify any known vulnerabilities. For example, NS lookup scan, example, or like cross origin resource policy scan, and like brute force scan if there are any password fields or something. Our project can do that. Our project can do all of these things at once, so that users don't need to go anywhere else, and they can have a one-stop solution for all their security assessment needs. And during the course of our research, we identified a lot of common vulnerabilities that exist, and the part is that the most common vulnerabilities like injection and cross-site scripting are often the most dangerous one as well. So our project is aimed to eradicate these issues as well. So, in conclusion, like I said, our project can act like a one-stop solution for all the security needs of a web application, so that the security teams can more in a better way analyze their application security, and it can also be integrated with any continuous integration solution as well, so that before any team like rolls out their application, they can automatically test it and detect if there are any vulnerabilities. And for the future scope of our application, we are aiming to add more parameters in it so that it can be used in a much broader way, and also to include the remediation steps if any vulnerability occurs. These are some of the references that we used. For example, we use OWASP top 10 reports that are like yearly reports, which is very well known in security field, and other resources as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be opening for questions from the audience or the session chair. All right, Mr. Bansal, thank you so much for the presentation. We'll move to Ms. Gauri Prabhakar. We'll be presenting paper ID 160 titled as Algorithm Visualizer.
Yes, I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
Very good afternoon to everybody. My name is Gauri Prabhakar, and I'll be presenting on behalf of my team. The topic for our research paper is Algorithm Visualizer. And here is a small quote to get you to start thinking why this project is actually needed. So, moving on, let's talk about the need of an algorithm visualizer. So, an algorithm and data structures are really imperative and a crucial aspect of engineering. And since I have started working as a professional, I can testify to the fact that these are actually some things that we implement to a bigger problem and form a solution set. But understanding these algorithms can be a little intimidating, especially to somebody who's just getting into coding. And algorithm visualizer wants to solve that problem with the help of its intuitive design. So let's talk about how does it work. So it's very simple. You can just go to the website. I will link that website at the end of the presentation. And we can just click on the algorithm we want to study and download that visualizer. That visualizer can be run on any basic system, and it can also be shared amongst the friends. And according to the reviews that we received, it's a very good tool to get started and be acquainted with how an algorithm works behind the scenes. So the proposed system is that we have created a website, and this website has been built on top of Python, HTML, CSS, and a few elements from JavaScript. We can just click on the download visualizer button and download the visualizer. And the silver lining is that we don't even have any other dependencies. So since it is an executable file, it can just be run like any other application, and we have an algorithm visualizer at our disposal. The GUI is simple and interactive to make it as engaging as possible. So that is the proposed system. The methodology has been divided into 12 steps. So first we identified the design of the website, then we structured the code according to our algorithm needs. Right now we have inculcated around 7 algorithms, two of which are hefty algorithms like the Sudoku solver and the A-star pathfinding algorithm. And then we just converted these files to executable files and deployed them on our website so that users can download them. So here's a small working demo. Since this is an intuitive project, it's better understood by a working demo. This is the overall feel of the website and how it looks. We have tried to keep it colorful, bright, and inviting. And I'll probably skip to the visualizer part. Yeah. So this is an example. So here we can see that how insertion sort is actually working. And again, we have the pathfinding algorithm, which I was talking about. So I'll probably skip through this in order to save time. And the basic idea is just to see that the shortest path between these 2 points, which have now been identified. This is the overall feel of the code and how we build the website. So this is the entire working demo. Now, the future scope for this project is actually it has a huge scope, because I think that on websites where there's a lot of traffic and people are already familiar with their existence, this can be embedded into their code so that people can actually see that there are visualizers out there that can be used for a more engaging and interactive learning. Further, we can also tune the algorithm visualizer to match the requirements of the user, and yeah, it can be used to find optimal solutions in the future when we can actually implicate this into a bigger problem. So this slide is a conclusion of the references. This list is by no means exhaustive. There has been a lot of input from a lot of resources, but these 3 papers we found out to be the most helpful, and I would really encourage everybody to have a look at them because they helped us a lot in building our project. So that was the presentation about our visualizer, and thank you so much for tuning in. If there are any discussions or questions, you can please reach out to us at the given email address. And as promised, this is the link to our website. And if there are any live questions, I'd be really happy to oblige them.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We're open to questions. Thank you so much, Ms. Prabhakar, for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
We'll move ahead to the next paper titled Ingenious AI Visual Identification, and it will be presented by Mr. Srajan Agarwal. You can see your slides, sir. We are not able to hear you. We are still not able. Now it's audible.
Okay.
Would request you to be concise in your presentations, focusing on the core part of your research, please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, hello, good morning, everyone. So, myself, Srajan Agarwal, I'm from Chandigarh University, student of BTech third year. So, moving forward with my project, with my software, it's a ingenious AI visual identification. So basically, in this use of tech, as we all know, use of technology in our daily life is rapidly increasing day by day. So here we come up with a model that is based on one of the fastest growing technology, that is AI/ML. To be more precise, we have developed a model for face recognition. This model can be widely used in different fields, such as for authentication purpose, even in online or offline format, for face matching models used by our security agencies throughout the world. After that, we can also use it for attendance management and so on. But we have decided to move forward with the reference of attendance management, as it is a quite complex part where we have to recognize it n number of peoples at a single point of time. So this model has the capability to convert old process of attendance with the new process with the system that will be capable of handling 100% digital format with 0% manual requirements at the time of the attendance carried away. So that was the abstract. I will moving forward with the existing systems. So most of the systems which are present, they are using the template framework instead of proper websites, due to which their response time is too high, as well as they are found too complex to understand the working of the platform. Even the existing systems are using the old algorithms, due to which they are incompatible with the systems, and they need large amount of storage because they are clicking the images and processing at the back end. and storing them. The way we tackle this problem, we are proposing a system. The way we tackle this problem, and here we are with a proposed system. Completely informative website, highly equipped with new technology at the front end as well as at the back end. So at the time of registration, only a single pic of a candidate is clicked and stored. With the help of highly responsive cloud database and with the use of new tech algorithms, it is processed within a seconds. As we clearly claim our model as a real-time model, so during the recognition process, not even a single byte of storage is used. Even then, we are successful at achieving the accuracy of 90 to 95%, slightly differ on the basis of quality of images clicked during the registration. So I would like to move starting forward with my website features. Uh, so starting up with the website features and design approach, I would like to go in within the design approach. In today's society, everything is starting to shift towards minimal and minimalistic design and easy to use standard design, where we have completely applied its principle like eye pleasing colors, easy to use interface for the end view that is next billion users and students. The website features are a registration and a login sign up page for new registrations. So I would like to show the screenshots as well. After that, I will be showing the live website. Here, the website features are, this is the homepage of the website. And after that, we are having the login register and student register page. It is directly connected to the cloud database. And as we are moving with the student register, here we will be putting up the UID or organization ID in which we are using it. Okay, and it will be taking up the one click of an image of the student, and after that processing it with the algorithms and storing it in the database as well, and storing that IDs and other things required according to the organizations to the backend. After that, this login is for the authorized person who will start taking the attendance. Okay, and here it is the recognition part, where on recognition it is recognizing the students. So coming up with the conclusion, in this smart era, the most valuable component of life is time, where technology is a field in which updates takes place on a daily basis. With this approach, we are introducing an AI-based software to deliver the world an attendance taking platform whose priority is to save time and make attendance marking not a botheration anymore. This flawless software will be a pioneer in this field, which is going to create new standards of technology. Even we also claim that this software is not limited to attendance management. Face recognition model of our software can be attached with any use case to give its best. So at last, I will be just like to show the live website. Here is the live website everyone can see with the visualizations and with the whole informative how the websites will be working. Each and everything is stated here. And after that get started page, it is each and everything is written about the websites, our algorithms, our process of working. Each and everything is written here. So the person can read this page and can easily run our software. And over this about us page, it is a quite glimpse about our team and which work is done by the taken responsibility by the team. Clicking over the attendance page, here it is the login, register and student register, and it works as I shown in the screenshots as well. Okay. And over the contact us page, this contact us page is a totally working page. It can be connected with the email IDs of the query and query department of the organization. And here the mail can be sent to that for any queries. The mail can be sent to the query department and can be resolved within a required time. It's a complete responsive website over the AWS database. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Do we have any questions for him? Thank you so much, sir. That will be all from your side. We'll move ahead for the paper titled as Safe E-Waste Management, and the paper ID is 319 and will be presented by Vishwas Chaturvedi. Mr. Chaturvedi, can we have you on screen for paper ID 319? Or do we have Ms. Ritika Babbar, Ishita Arora, and Mr. Divakar Vashni? Anyone from these guys? Ms. Arora, you will be presenting this paper?
Yes, Shubhi, I'll present. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible. And would request you to focus on the core parts of research, leaving the intro part.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. As the student of Chandigarh University, I'm pleased to present among you all our art of work, the e-waste management service, Safai. Here, me, Ishita Arora, will take your lead on behalf of the whole team to introduce what Safai is. So you can call it as Safai or Safa, SAFA/E. E here presents e-waste. So e-waste is the process of recycling electronic materials or electronic products. In today's, you might be thinking why we came up with it. We all are totally aware of the usage or need of electronic items in our lives, and as it goes, there might be the time some electronic items were sitting idle in one of the corner of your houses, and most of the time you have heard or might have said that don't throw the battery in the garbage directly, because as it comes with the direct contact of sun rays, it can burst and lead to the big outrage of fire in the dumping ground. That is the practical version. There are many big electronic items exist in your place which may be damaged and no longer in use. As in today's world, the e-waste and recycling is the most needed one. E-waste is the uh, composed e-waste items contain many harmful uh, products that lead and cadmium, which led to the improper disposal can lead to cause air, soil, and water pollution, making soil infertile. And the major goal of our project is to automate, simplify, and help user to manage the e-waste present in our houses. The things that we can just do generally is just to let that e-waste sit in our house, throw in the raddi, or settle it in the garbage. But normally people don't usually think of recycling it or taking out in a proper way, like medical waste is decomposed in a proper area. The pre-existing systems, as I would like to say that our project is not an invention, it's innovation. The existing systems that the following drawbacks that existing system has is they don't provide doorstep services and properly automated system. I'm sorry. No doorstep services and properly automated system for managing and buying e-waste products for same by utilizing their rewards. Their existing GUI is a bit confusing and not up to the mark. Front end is less informative and incompatible and has high memory usage and use of old algorithms. What our system does is it provides doorstep services which selects slot options and people can buy e-recycled products. The proposed system uses an optimized software and it can interact with people more by the regional language format that we provide, and it has more informative front end. It consumes less storage and has better algorithm than the pre-existing systems. So in the conclusion, I would like to say in the smart era, the people become more smarter and smarter, so as their needs and the devices. And with that, the increased need of managing the e-waste as the electronic products increases like floods. With this approach, we develop the software to help society to overcome this issue by using automated system for managing the e-waste. With our software, we are also promoting e-recycled products which user can buy from us. Safai is the better and flawless automated system for the society and the most needed one. Here is the real world implementation of the service app. That's the service application. And that's the e-recycle buying website. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any questions from the audience or the session chair? Thank you, Ms. Arora.
Thank you.
We'll move to the next paper, ID 91, Attendance Marking System, and it will be presented by Ms. Kirti Ratan. Ma'am, your voice is a bit low. Ma'am, it's very low actually.
I'm audible now, ma'am?
You're audible,
Just a second, ma'am.
Now it's correct.
It's all right now?
Please go ahead with your screen presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. So our presentation is on the project attendance marking system. In this attendance marking systems have been existed over the decades as of now. But what our system is different, how our system is different, as we are using hawk descriptor algorithm. In this algorithm, what happens is our algorithm detects the whole face of the structure of the object. So by using that whole face and structure, we calculate the pixels by using edge detection and edge direction as well. So what happens is our algorithm will click the picture and take the calculation of pixels, and then assign the person with the specific name and its university ID. What happens is when the individual will go in front of the camera, the image is being clicked and the calculation of the pixels is done. And if the pixel is calculation of total number of pixels are matched with the existing pixels, which is already stored in the database, then the attendance is being marked. Just a second, ma'am. I guess. Just a second, ma'am. My screen is not visible, I guess.
Your slide wasn't moving. Yes, now we can see the.
These are the results. This is how the output image will look like. The name of the attendee will be marked, and his face will be marked as well. And the attendance at the time of the student's entrance in the class will be marked in a CSV file, which can be amended later on as well. So that's all.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
In our future scope. Okay, all right.
Any questions from the session chair or the audience? Thank you, Ms. Ratan. We'll move ahead to the next paper, ID 84, ARIA, Arya the Bot, and will be presented by Mr. Shubham Singh.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Singh.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes,
as well as visible. So,
your screen is visible too.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shubham Singh, taking the lead on behalf of my whole team, and our project was Arya the Bot. It's basically a virtual voice assistant which works on the command given by the user. We differentiate our bot from the others as this bot is capable of accessing the files present in the localhost. We did so by making a database, and this database contains all the local files and folders present in the localhost. So if one has a folder named project work and he or she wants to open that, just we just need to give a voice command like open the file project work. So this bot will go through the database and it will open the particular file or folder. Here we have basically used PYTT XS3 module, which converts the voice into text, and the Selenium, which recognizes the text and searches the particular result. Whether it is a web-based, like it requires internet, or through files in the localhost. We have used OS module, which is connected to the database, and this particular module helps to open the files present in the localhost. Also, when using different virtual bots, we come to a minor problem that whenever there is a noise in the background or background noises are present, it is very difficult for the bot to recognize the particular word or the particular command we give. But this bot Arya, it is troubleshooted with that. Means this problem has been troubleshooted with Arya, and this sensitivity has been increased. So this does not happen like if there is background noise present, this bot can still recognize the instructions given by the user. So the motivation. So what motivated us to do this project is that a lot of virtual bots are being deployed today in every organization. We can see that virtual bots with different abilities are required nowadays. So what we did is that we added a feature, like I explained earlier, the ability to access the files and folders present in the localhost. Here, the proposed model is that when we start our project, a live GUI screen appears, and this is the time when the user needs to give the voice command, and the Selenium module, it will search for the like if a person is asking to open YouTube. So this particular thing, the Selenium module will go through the internet and will open the YouTube page, and it can open also it can open specific pages if asked through the YouTube module, Wikipedia, and every other thing present in the internet. The results we can see here is that this is the live GUI page, and when the user gives a command, it takes the command by the terminal shows the listening and processing part of the project. Here we can see that the YouTube module has been opened, and this is the local music player present in the local host, which can be opened through the OS module part. The future scope is that this bot can be used in public places to guide people, like whenever they want to go to a place they don't know the way, they can ask it and the virtual bot can do it. The use of smart car controls, like to switch on the AC if it is placed in the hot sun remotely, and also to check tire pressure and speed controls, cruise controls, etc. It can also be used on smart wearable devices. Some references are here. We took references from Sir Aditya Sinha, Sir Tulsian, Isha Dubey, and Ravi Kumar. Their bots are also like Aditya Sinha, he made a bot for visually disabled people. Tulsian made a bot for asking simple questions, like it can be used for family, family purposes, like who wants the dinner at what time, etc. Isha Dubey, she made a virtual bot on Raspberry Pi, but it was one of the drawback was that it was not easy to carry the setup. And the Ravi Kumar, he made a virtual bot which was used to book tickets, flight tickets, train tickets, etc. I would like to answer any queries if present from the audience or the session chair.
I take it as no questions, sir. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Do we have anyone from paper ID 95 titled Cancer Prediction Using Machine Learning? Anyone from Shruti, Likita, Kaushik, Bhanu, Nikhil, and Neha? Also, do we have anyone from paper ID 300? Jasmeet Kaur and Dr. Thiren Singh. Do we have anyone for paper ID 66? Titled Technology in Protecting the Ecological Aspects for Better Future Generation Analysis through Structural Equation Modeling. Paper ID 66. Saeed Jamaisha, K. Rajkumar, Shane Bagaraman, Reena Malik, P. Nagarjun or Shikha Kuchal. Okay. Do we have anyone for paper ID 67? 67. Anyone from paper ID 462? Sign language recognition based on gesture recognition, holistic features recognition, a review of techniques. Paper presentation from the IDs that I mentioned a while back. So with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you so much everyone for joining. IT may please close this session.